Chapter 35-24. Impossible. If I don't destroy your cultivation, I can only send you to accompany my second brother. The first prince said coldly. In the barbarian tribe, the second prince and the fifth prince had great power and had won over a large number of experts. As long as the fifth prince was not dead or still had his cultivation, he would be a potential threat to his position. He would not allow this to happen. Fifth prince, let's go. Let's leave this place first before we come up with a countermeasure. At this moment, the elder behind the fifth prince transmitted his voice to him. Then, a force wrapped around the fifth prince and took him to the sky in an attempt to escape. Trying to escape. Take them down and kill them without mercy. The first prince roared. Etion and the other boundary emperor were already prepared. They had their eyes on the fifth prince and the boundary emperor beside him. As soon as the other party moved, they moved as well. Their speed was amazing and they caught up in an instant. Two terrifying attacks were launched at the fifth prince and the elder. The elder roared and used all his strength to fight back. However, he was alone after all. It was difficult for him to fight against two experts. After exchanging one blow, he retreated and his face turned pale. You guys, come and help me. The elder roared at the fifth prince's subordinates. Among those people, there were ninth and eighth realm divine lords. If they were to help, they would be able to hold Etion and the rest back for a while so that they could escape. The fifth prince's subordinates were hesitant. Now that the situation had been decided, if they were to take action, they would be going against the first prince. They would not have a good ending. With this hesitation, the first prince's subordinates rushed over and surrounded these people, leaving them no room to attack. In the sky, Etion and the elder continued to attack. The two of them were fighting against one person. Moreover, the other party was carrying the fifth prince and had to protect him. They were no match for them. Even if they tried their best to resist, it would be difficult to fight back. After barely blocking more than 10 blows, he was hit and coughed up blood. Old Wu, hold them back. I'll go first. The fifth prince roared and flew backward, allowing the elder to block Etion and the elder. Unfortunately, in such a situation, he would only die faster if he left Old Wu's protection. Boom boom. The three boundary emperors exchanged another blow. Old Wu retreated and his injuries worsened. Moreover, the terrifying energy swept out in all directions. A few of the energy surged towards the fifth prince at an astonishing speed. No, no. The fifth prince roared in fright as he tried his best to block the attack. However, this was the energy produced by the battle between three quasi-emperors. How could he withstand it? The force swept over, and the fifth prince did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded, his body and soul destroyed. Forget it. With the fifth prince dead, Old Wu let out a long sigh and finally stopped resisting. Etion continuously tapped his body, sealing his cultivation. Just like that, the second prince and the fifth prince were defeated. The outcome has been decided. It seems that the eldest prince is more powerful. He actually managed to win over Etion. That's right. With two quasi-emperors helping him, he defeated the other two princes at lightning speed. Good moves. The throne of the Berserker Emperor will belong to him. Many people were discussing this matter. As for the first prince, his face was filled with joy and he was in high spirits. He stood high up in the sky and looked down at everyone. His voice rang out, now, I've inherited the position of the barbarian emperor. Is there anyone else who has any objections? The scene was dead silent. Since there are no objections, let's begin the coronation ceremony. Today, I'm the barbarian emperor. The first prince said loudly. Wait a minute. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out. The first prince's face turned gloomy as he looked in a direction. That was where the eighth prince was standing. It was the eighth prince who had spoken earlier. Eighth brother, what do you mean by asking me to wait a minute? A cold light flashed in the first prince's eyes as he stared at the eighth prince. The eighth prince's face turned pale. He was still afraid of the first prince. However, when he thought of Etion, the master of Sky Barbarian, Lu Ming, and the others standing behind him, his courage was boosted. Everyone wanted the throne of the barbarian emperor, and he was no exception. In the past, he did not have the strength and backing to fight for it. Now that he had the strength to fight for it, why not? I don't think it's appropriate for eldest brother to be the barbarian emperor. The eighth prince took a deep breath and spoke. As soon as he said that, the scene fell into dead silence. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the eighth prince in horror. What's wrong with the eighth prince? Is he courting death? Didn't he see what happened to the second prince and the fifth prince? At this time, the eighth prince still dared to say such words. Is he crazy? Or is he tired of living? The first prince narrowed his eyes and exuded a cold murderous intent. Eighth brother, you said that I'm not suitable to be the barbarian emperor. Who do you think is suitable to be the barbarian emperor? The first prince said coldly. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in his voice. Me. The eighth prince replied. The scene fell silent again. Everyone looked at the eighth prince as if he was a fool. What did the eighth prince say? He's suitable to be the barbarian emperor? He's crazy. He's really crazy. The eighth prince, who is not talented enough and has no support, wants to be the barbarian emperor. Is this a joke? Or is he tired of living? The first prince's face darkened. His murderous intent was extremely cold. Ha ha ha. In the end, the first prince laughed from extreme anger and said, Eighth brother, originally, you just need to enjoy life properly. A trash like you, I can't be bothered to touch you either. Unfortunately, you're tired of living and want to come out and court death yourself. Then I'll fulfill your wish. You, send eighth brother on his way. The first prince instructed a subordinate. That subordinate was a ninth-level divine lord existence. He was also a pinnacle figure in the barbarian race. Killing an eighth prince did not require a quasi-emperor to take action. Swoosh. That ninth-level divine lord powerhouse's figure flashed, charging toward the eighth prince. His speed was swift to an astonishing extent. Beside the eighth prince, sitting there was Lu Ming. Without even needing Lu Ming to open his mouth, Zhu Tai beside Lu Ming made a move. Bang! Zhu Tai smacked a palm out, exchanging a move with the other party. A terrifying explosion sounded out. That subordinate of the first prince was blocked, his figure drifting backward. This made the first prince's eyes narrow slightly. Ninth-level divine lord, eighth brother, looks like you have experts around you too. No wonder you dare to talk to me like this. But wanting to compete with me with just a ninth-level divine lord, it's truly too naive. The first prince said. Who said that there's only one ninth-level divine lord? At this time, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded out, attracting many people's gazes. However, Lu Ming and the rest were wearing black robes. This kind of black robes material was special, others could not see through them immediately. A divine king realm trash, is it your turn to speak here? The first prince said coldly. Then what about us? Giant Bear and the rest gave a light cry, all taking a step out, standing in front of Lu Ming. Following that, powerful auras erupted from their bodies. A terrifying pressure filled the air. Chapter 35-25. The aura of Giant Bear and the others burst out. It was like a mountain that stood between heaven and earth. The terrifying pressure made many people's faces change drastically. Boundary Emperor, how do you have a boundary emperor? The eldest prince's face changed drastically as he roared in disbelief. His eighth brother had always been incompetent. How could he have a boundary emperor by his side? Not only were there boundary emperors, but there were also as many as 5 ninth-level divine lords. This was a terrifying force. The others around were also shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. Eldest brother, you're not the only one who can have a boundary emperor following you. I have one too. The eighth prince's face was filled with confidence. Eighth brother, it seems that everyone has underestimated you. However, with just one boundary emperor and 5 ninth-level divine lords, do you think you can compete with me? Didn't you see what happened to second brother and fifth brother? Also, you're really stupid. You only jumped out now. If I were you, I would have taken action earlier to fight me with fifth brother and second brother. That way, there would still be a glimmer of hope. The eldest prince sneered, his face full of ridicule. Finally, he waved his hand and said coldly, "Send eighth brother on his way." As soon as the eldest prince's voice fell, the boundary emperor who had defected to him moved. His figure was like lightning as he charged towards the eighth prince. However, Giant Bear roared angrily and slammed his paw against the boundary emperor. Both of them swayed and retreated slightly. However, Tian remained motionless. The eldest prince frowned and said, Tian, why aren't you attacking? If I attacked, you would already be dead. Tian said lightly. What? Hearing this, the eldest prince's hair stood on end. He quickly retreated and stared at Tian. What did you say? Ha ha ha, eldest brother, didn't you hear what Marshal Tian said? Then let me tell you. Marshal Tian is my man. Do you understand? What? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tian was actually the eighth prince's man. Then why was he by the eldest prince's side and helping him deal with the second prince and fifth prince? Tian, you traitor! The eldest prince roared. Traitor? From the very beginning, I had sided with the eighth prince. The reason why I agreed to your request was because I wanted to borrow your strength to deal with the second prince and the fifth prince. Tian sneered. Everyone suddenly understood. So that was how it was. Tian first borrowed the eldest prince's power to deal with the second prince and the fifth prince. Then, he helped the eighth prince deal with the eldest prince. What a profound scheme. The first prince's expression was extremely ugly. The figures of his subordinates flashed as they surrounded the first prince to protect him. All right. Tian, eighth brother, I have really underestimated you. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Instead, I have become the mantis. However, although you have 2 quasi-emperors, the outcome of today's battle remains to be seen. The first prince bellowed and slowly regained his composure. Although the eighth prince had 2 quasi-emperors, he was not afraid because he had more experts by his side. Although he was only a quasi-emperor, he had more 9th level and 8th level divine lord experts. With so many experts working together, they might be able to fight Tian and the others. After all, the 8th prince's foundation was not strong enough. He did not have as many 9th level and 8th level divine lords as he did. What if you include me? At this moment, another faint voice was heard. Then, a group of people stepped out. The leader was the Lord of Sky Barbarian. The others were his subordinates. The Lord of Sky Barbarian led his men to the back of the first prince and blocked his escape route. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The Lord of Sky Barbarian also wanted to intervene and help the 8th prince? Wasn't the Lord of Sky Barbarian neutral all this while? No one could figure it out, including the first prince. His pupils shrank rapidly and his face looked as though he had eaten a dead rat. He looked at the Lord of Sky Barbarian in shock and shouted, Lord of Sky Barbarian, you are also one of the 8th brother's men? That's right. The Lord of Sky Barbarian said flatly. You, the first prince roared. He could not figure out why these experts were helping the 8th prince. Why? Eldest brother, destroy your own cultivation and I will spare your life. The 8th prince said flatly. Don't even think about destroying my cultivation. Don't even think about it. Kill this bastard. Kill him. The first prince roared crazily with a ferocious face. However, the eyes of his subordinates flickered. There were 3 quasi-emperors around the 8th prince. The disparity in power was too great. If they were to fight, they would be in grave danger. They were only helping the first prince because of his wealth. There was no need for them to die with the first prince. Eighth prince, I am willing to pledge allegiance to you. Prince, me too. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. A few silhouettes left the first prince's side and bowed to the eighth prince. You traitors. The first prince's eyes were red and he was furious. In the end, he roared, I will kill all of you traitors. Having said that, he pounced on those people. However, the figures of those people flashed and avoided the first prince. First prince, admit defeat. At this moment, the quasi-emperor who had pledged allegiance to the first prince let out a long sigh. The first prince froze and trembled as though he had been electrocuted. Ha ha ha, you want me to surrender? You want me to destroy my cultivation? Impossible. I would rather die than destroy my cultivation. Eighth brother, let's fight to the death. The first prince laughed and charged towards the eighth prince. The dazzling sword light went straight for the eighth prince's glabella. However, Tian and the others were beside him. How could the first prince kill the eighth prince? Stubborn. I have no choice but to send you on your way. Tian said coldly as he threw a punch. The terrifying fist force made the crown prince scream in pain. His body retreated like a scarecrow and fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood. He was severely injured and no longer had the strength to fight. However, Tian did not kill the first prince. He could not kill the first prince and could only leave it to the eighth prince. Eighth prince, since the first prince wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Tian said. Hesitation flashed in the eighth prince's eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. A long sword appeared in his hand. He pierced the first prince's glabella and killed him. At this point, the first prince, second prince, and fifth prince, the three princes who were most likely to compete for the throne, had all fallen. Everyone's gaze fell on the eighth prince. Unexpectedly, the eighth prince, who had been ignored at the beginning, became the one who succeeded in the end. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Greetings, barbaric emperor. Tian was the first to bow. Greetings, barbaric emperor. Then, the sky barbarian overlord and the others followed suit. The others reacted and bowed as well. Chapter 35-26. Lu Ming smiled. If the eighth prince ascended the throne and became the barbarian emperor, he would at least have the support of some of the barbarian tribe experts if there were any changes in the Taishu dynasty in the future. This was extremely beneficial to him. In this way, the barbarian tribe would not only not be his enemy but also his helper. At the critical moment, he would probably be able to give his enemies a huge surprise. After that, Lu Ming and the others had nothing to do. It was nothing more than the eighth prince ascending the throne and becoming the barbarian emperor. After that, they would hold important meetings. 3 days later, Lu Ming led Giant Bear and the others to bid farewell to Tian. This time, Blue Merchant planned to return to the Taishu dynasty with Lu Ming. Of course, they could not do so openly. They had to return secretly. Tian wanted to follow Lu Ming. However, the new barbarian emperor had just ascended the throne. Tian had to stay to stabilize the barbarian emperor and make him obedient. This way, they could borrow the power of the barbarian tribe in the future. Lu Ming left with the others without alerting anyone. They returned to the hidden dragon star quietly. After a while, peace was restored. Lu Ming sent people to search for news of his parents while cultivating. The Dark Ape fighting tribe also stepped up their cultivation of the primitive divine body and made great progress. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In the backyard of the hidden dragon star, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were drinking wine. Lan Shu, I have a question that I have always been curious about. Lu Ming took a sip of wine and asked. What is it? Blue Merchant said. Since the last time I went to the barbarian tribe, I feel that the strength of the barbarian tribe is far from that of the Taishu dynasty at its peak. Lu Ming said. In addition to those hidden resources, the barbarian tribe only had 5 quasi-emperors on the surface. Including the former barbarian emperor, there were only 6 quasi-emperors. However, Yi Tian was not a barbarian. He belonged to the Taishu dynasty. According to what Lu Ming knew, there were more than 6 quasi-emperors in the Taishu dynasty. Especially when Jingyu was still alive, Yi Tian also belonged to the Taishu dynasty. In addition, it was said that Jingyu had also reached the quasi-emperor realm. Their overall strength was stronger than the barbarians. That's right. When Jingyu was still alive, the strength of the Taishu dynasty reached its peak. It was indeed much stronger than the barbarian tribe. It could even destroy the barbarian tribe. However, because the Taishu dynasty was too strong, the Tianyi sacred dynasty and the barbarian tribe formed an alliance to fight against the Taishu dynasty. Blue Merchant said. I see. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder the Taishu dynasty, which was so powerful, did not destroy the barbarian race. It turned out that the barbarian race and the Tianyi sacred dynasty had formed an alliance. Later, when the Taishu dynasty weakened, the alliance between the Tianyi sacred dynasty and the barbarian tribe was dissolved. In this way, the 3 forces always maintained a balance. Uncle Lan, was Prince Jingyu really at the quasi-emperor realm? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. Prince Jingyu was the youngest quasi-emperor in the history of the Taishu dynasty. His combat strength was unparalleled. He was the real #1 expert in the Taishu dynasty. Even the current sacred emperor was no match for him. Blue Merchant said with nostalgia in his eyes. The #1 expert. Lu Ming frowned and said, since Prince Jingyu was so strong, how could he be killed later? As long as he resisted, no one in the Taishu dynasty could kill him. Prince Jingyu was a peerless genius. He was invincible among those of the same level. Such a person could even fight those of a higher level. Even if there were more experts of the same level besieging him, it was impossible to kill him. Lu Ming was puzzled. Sigh, it's all because of that woman, the current sacred imperial concubine, Kong Shishue. Lan Shang gave a long sigh. Sacred imperial concubine? Lan Shu, what happened back then? Lu Ming asked. He had only heard rumors that Prince Jingyu had violated the sacred imperial concubine and met with misfortune. Lu Ming, now that you have great power, it's time to tell you. Blue Merchant paused for a moment and continued, in fact, the sacred imperial concubine and Jingyu were lovers at the beginning. They were truly in love and were regarded as a golden couple by everyone. What? Lu Ming was stunned. His mouth was wide open and he looked incredulous. This result was really out of Lu Ming's expectations. He never thought that the sacred imperial concubine was Jingyu's lover at the beginning. However, Jingyu went into seclusion to break through to the next level. He went into seclusion for 1,000 years. When he came out, Kong Shishue had already become the sacred imperial concubine. That was a huge blow to Jingyu. Moreover, Jingyu's cultivation had not reached the great accomplishment stage and he could not resist. When Lan Shang sat up to hear, he let out another long sigh. Lu Ming was also silent. He could understand how big of a blow that was to Jingyu. In one seclusion, his former lover had become his mother. What a cliché. Could it be that Jingyu really violated the sacred imperial concubine? Lu Ming could not help but have this thought. The sacred imperial concubine was Jingyu's first lover. It was not impossible that he could not let go of her. If that was the case, how could the case be overturned? Don't think too much. Blue Merchant seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts and immediately said, I know Jingyu very well. He is definitely not that kind of person and would never do such a thing. Jingyu must have been framed back then. They were caught red-handed by the sacred imperial concubine. The sacred imperial concubine was furious and attacked directly. Jingyu did not even have time to react before he was severely injured. Otherwise, no one in the Taishu dynasty could have killed him. If someone framed Prince Jingyu, then the sacred imperial concubine must be involved. After so many years, has no one confronted the sacred imperial concubine? Lu Ming asked. I have thought about this for a long time, but the sacred imperial concubine has been living in seclusion all these years. Ordinary people can't see her at all. Moreover, the matter between the sacred imperial concubine and Jingyu has become a taboo. No one dares to mention it. I have tried many times to see the sacred imperial concubine, but I was stopped. Blue Merchant sighed. It seems that if we want to overturn the case, we have to start with the sacred imperial concubine. She probably knows all the secrets. Lu Ming said, but he frowned. How could he meet the sacred imperial concubine? And how could he make her reveal the secrets? The sacred imperial concubine had abandoned Jingyu and married the sacred emperor. Later on, she had framed Jingyu. This showed how vicious this woman was. It was almost impossible to get her to reveal the secrets herself. I'm afraid that the sacred imperial concubine wasn't the only one who did that. There must be other conspirators behind the scenes. Blue Merchant said. Crown Prince. Lu Ming immediately thought of the Crown Prince. Back then, Jingyu was too outstanding and seriously threatened the Crown Prince's position. The Crown Prince had 100 reasons to frame Jingyu. It's hard to say. I have secretly investigated these years, but I haven't made much progress. Blue Merchant said. The main reason was that his cultivation was crippled and he did not have much strength. After chatting with Blue Merchant for a while, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. He slowly sorted out the information he had just received and organized his thoughts. There must be a big secret in this matter. Chapter 35-27. In the beginning, the imperial concubine Kong Shishue and Jingyu were lovers. Then, after Jingyu went into seclusion, Kong Shishue married the imperial concubine. Later on, when Jingyu's cultivation reached a high level, he was framed and caught by the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine attacked and injured Jingyu severely. Something must have happened. Otherwise, with Jingyu's cultivation, how could he not fight back and be severely injured? Could it be that Jingyu was seriously injured because he saw the imperial concubine suddenly arrive? Or was there another reason? After Jingyu was severely injured, Jingyu's forces were besieged by the imperial concubine. Some were killed, some were sealed, and some escaped. Even Blue Merchant's star core was destroyed. However, Jingyu's subordinates were certain that Jingyu was wrongly accused. This was because Blue Merchant said that after Jingyu was severely injured, he was executed in public. However, at the crucial moment, Jingyu sent a message to Blue Merchant, saying that he was wrongly accused. This sentence was enough for him. Blue Merchant and the others firmly believed that Jingyu was wrongly accused because they knew Jingyu's character too well. Therefore, they wanted to overturn Jingyu's case. I'm afraid there's a deep secret in this matter. How should we proceed? Lu Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine King realm. He was not far from the Divine Lord realm. Back then, Xian Yanqing had asked Hong Yang to leave him a jade talisman. The talisman said that the location of Xian Yanqing's group was sealed in it. As long as Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, he would be able to break the seal and find out the location of Xian Yanqing's group. Also, Autumn Moon might have gone to the Divine Dragon Mother planet. He had to search for her. However, he had promised Jingyu that it would be difficult for him to leave until the matter of the Taishu dynasty was resolved. Therefore, the matter of the Taishu dynasty had to be resolved as soon as possible. Taishu dynasty, Imperial Palace. Congratulations, Imperial Father. I did not let you down and found the Twin Life Stone. As long as you refine the Twin Life Stone, you may break through to the Divine Emperor realm and enjoy 100 stellar years of life. The second prince bowed to the Taishu Sage Emperor, holding a jade box in his hand. At this moment, the Great Void Saint Emperor was extremely excited. Divine power burst forth, and the jade box in the second prince's hand appeared in his hand. Taishu opened the jade box. There was a stone the size of the Twin Life. This piece of rock had 2 colors, and multicolored light constantly flowed on it. It was incomparably magical. Twin Life Stone, is this the legendary Twin Life Stone? The Taishu Sacred Emperor's breathing quickened. There was a peerless treasure in this world called the 3 Lives Stone. This was the life had 3 lifetimes of the 3 lifetimes of the divine heavens. Was life was life was life was living was life. Of course, the twin life stone was not the 3 life stone. Legend had it that it was a companion item to the 3 life stone, but it was also extremely rare. This was a treasure that could only be found by chance. It was 10,000 times more valuable than the divine pearls. Good. You have done a great service this time. The Taishu's sacred emperor praised the 3 life stone. For someone like him who was nearing the end of his lifespan, nothing was more tempting than the twin life stone. Ever since he had lived 10 stellar years of life, he could clearly feel that he was getting weaker and weaker. No matter how many spiritual pills and precious treasures he used, it was useless. His soul was shrinking and drying up day by day. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for another 200 years before he disappeared. 200 years was just a blink of an eye to them. During this time, he had become more and more irritable. Imperial Father, the twin life stone is not the 3 life stone. It has a great drawback. After refining it, there is only a 50% success rate. Once you succeed, you will be able to live another life and even have a breakthrough in your cultivation. However, if you fail, you will completely fall and vanish into thin air. The second prince bowed and said, "Even if there is only a 50% success rate, we have to give it a try." The Taishu's sacred emperor's eyes were burning. How could he not know about the drawbacks of the twin life stone? However, if he did not try, he would die. If he succeeded, he would break through to the divine emperor realm and become a true divine emperor. Not only would he be extremely powerful, but his lifespan would also reach 100 stellar years. One had to know that since the establishment of the Taishu dynasty, it had only been 50 stellar years. How long was that? Even if there was only a 10% chance of success, he had to give it a try, let alone a 50% success rate. Then let me congratulate Imperial Father in advance for your successful breakthrough. The second prince bowed and said, Good. You may leave. I will study it first." The Taishu's sacred emperor waved his hand. The second prince left. Not long after, in the depths of the second prince's residence. "Second prince, did you really give His Majesty the twin life stone?" One of the second prince's trusted aides asked. This person was an old man in a yellow robe. The real twin life stone? How is that possible? This kind of treasure is extremely rare. If I had the real twin life stone, why would I give it to that old man? The second prince smiled faintly. It's fake? If the divine emperor finds out about it, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the second prince. The yellow-robed old man's expression changed drastically. Don't worry. I know that old man too well. The success rate of refining the twin life stone is only 50%. There is a great risk involved. Therefore, before refining the twin life stone, the old man will definitely do one thing. That is to remove all of the clan residences and control all of the Taishu dynasty's territory. This has always been the old man's wish. He wants to be the divine emperor. However, once he removes the clan residences, it will definitely cause a wave of internal strife. If he does this normally, it will cause too much of a stir and it will be detrimental to the Taishu dynasty. However, this is a great opportunity. The barbarian emperor has fallen, and the barbarian race is in chaos. They won't be able to attack us for the time being. This is the best opportunity to remove the clan residences. If he fails to refine the twin life stone, he can still be the divine emperor, right? The second prince said. Second prince, you're saying that the heavenly king's residences and marquises' residences won't be willing to be removed and will rise up in revolt. However, with their strength, they won't be able to contend against the divine emperor. The yellow-robed old man said. Of course. However, isn't there still my big brother? The second prince smiled faintly. The crown prince? The yellow-robed old man's eyes flickered. My big brother has been coveting the divine emperor's position for many years. He has been waiting for a long time. Finally, the old man's lifespan is nearing its end. However, if he finds out that the old man has obtained the twin life stone and has a 50% chance of entering the divine emperor realm, what do you think he will do? The second prince smiled as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. The yellow-robed old man's eyes lit up. Even if there's only a 50% chance of success, the crown prince won't take the risk. Because once the divine emperor succeeds, the crown prince will completely lose the throne. So, he will fight with all his might and rebel? Haha, so send someone to secretly inform my big brother. The Taishu dynasty will soon have a great show. That will be our chance. The divine emperor's position will be mine. The second prince laughed loudly. Chapter 35:28. The second prince had been planning for this day for a long time. He couldn't wait until the sage emperor reached the end of his lifespan. If that happened, the crown prince would naturally inherit the sage emperor's position. Moreover, once the crown prince inherited the throne, he would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he had to stir up the situation. A fake twin life stone could successfully stir the water into a pot of porridge. That would be his chance. Come, let the storm come even fiercer. The second prince revealed an expectant and sinister smile. Not long after, in the crown prince's residence, twin life stone, damn it, damn it. The crown prince roared, his eyes red. He had just found out through a secret channel that the second prince had found a twin life stone for the Taishu sage emperor. Although the twin life stone only had a 50% success rate, he couldn't accept it. A 50% success rate was already a very high success rate. Let alone 50%, even if the success rate was only 10%, he still wouldn't accept it. What if the Taishu sage emperor succeeded? What would he do then? Could he only be the crown prince for the rest of his life until he died of old age? Unless he could break through to the divine emperor realm, but with his talent, it was basically impossible without a miracle. Old man, I wanted to let you live for a few hundred more years so that you could leave peacefully. I didn't expect you to insist on causing trouble. You're courting death. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The crown prince's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. 3 days later, the confidants of the sacred emperor left the Great Void's sacred capital and headed to the residences of the heavenly kings, marquises, generals, and soldiers to pass on an order. The Taishu sage emperor had summoned all the lords of the heavenly kings' residences, marquises' residences, generals' residences, and soldiers' residences to the Taishu's sacred capital. Strange, didn't the sage emperor's birthday banquet just end? Why are they going again? Many of the lords were surprised when they received the order. Almost all the lords had attended the sage emperor's birthday banquet. How many years had it been? Why was the sage emperor summoning them to the Taishu's sacred capital? Of course, since the sage emperor had given the order, they had to go. Many lords began to move. As for Lu Ming, he naturally received the order from the king and was also shocked. Strange, I feel that something bad is going to happen this time. Lu Ming frowned. His spiritual sense told him that something big was going to happen this time. I once heard from Jing Yu that the Taishu Saint Emperor has always had a wish, which is to remove all the clan residences and unify all the territories under the control of the royal family. Right now, the sacred emperor's time is almost up. Before he dies, he might really do it. Besides, the Berserker Emperor has just died not too long ago, and the internal structure of the Berserker tribe is not stable yet. This is a good chance. Lan Shang carefully speculated. Uncle Lan, are you saying that the Saint Emperor will eliminate all of the clan residences? But Lan Shang said. Just in case, send a message to Yi Tian and ask him to come to the Taishu Sacred Court. Although he had brought many experts from the Lost Galaxy, there was only one boundary emperor. To be on the safe side, he wanted Yi Tian to come with him to the Taishu's sacred capital. 2 boundary emperors should be enough to protect themselves. Of course, he thought of the Undying Demon Lord. The Undying Demon Lord was at least a boundary emperor. Maybe even higher. Lu Ming even speculated that the Undying Demon Lord was a real divine emperor. One had to know that the Saint Devil dynasty was a country before the Taishu sacred dynasty, and the Taishu sacred dynasty had been established for about 50 stellar years. Even if the undying demon king was sealed, he could still survive from the Saint Devil dynasty until now. Could a quasi-emperor do that? Only a divine emperor could do that. If the demon king was not a divine emperor, even if he had been sealed for a long time and his vitality was greatly damaged, he would have recovered some of his battle strength after breaking the seal for a long time. He would definitely be a great helper if he was not a divine emperor. However, Lu Ming felt that it was not the right time for the undying demon lord to appear. The undying demon lord was a big shot. He had to use him at a critical moment. After the message was sent out, Yi Tian rushed over after some time. Of course, he was alone. He could not bring the others along. After Yi Tian arrived, Lu Ming brought Blue Merchant, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others to the Taishu sacred capital. Yi Tian, Giant Bear, and the others wore thick armor and disguised themselves as Lu Ming's guards. At the same time, they restrained their aura to the extreme. Soon, the Taishu sacred capital was in sight. Who is it? At this moment, Blue Merchant shouted coldly in a direction. His soul power was shining between his eyebrows. Blue Merchant's soul power was extremely strong. Therefore, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Even boundary emperors like Yi Tian and Giant Bear could not compare to him in this aspect. His soul power has reached the Sir God level. His spiritual sense is sharp. In the starry sky ahead, there was a ripple and a figure appeared. This figure was wrapped in a black robe and was surrounded by a black fog. Her appearance could not be seen clearly. One could barely make out that the figure was petite and seemed to be a woman. Who are you? Who sent you? Lu Ming asked. You don't need to know who sent me. My master sent me here to tell you that this trip is dangerous. After the other party finished speaking, her figure flashed and disappeared. Lu Ming and the others did not pursue because the other party did not have any ill intentions. She seemed to have good intentions. This trip is dangerous. The other party left behind these 4 words. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant frowned. Obviously, the other party was reminding them that this trip to the Taishu sacred capital was dangerous. Could it be that this time, as Blue Merchant had guessed, the Saint Emperor was going to eliminate all the clan residences before his death? However, who was this person? Who was the master that she mentioned? Why did she send someone to warn them? It was obvious that she had good intentions. However, Lu Ming had come prepared this time. He had 2 quasi-emperors with him. Even if the Saint Emperor wanted to eliminate the clan residences, he would be able to protect himself. At most, he would just make a fuss and retreat. He did not believe that the Saint Emperor would kill all the clan residences just to eliminate the clan residences. That was impossible. Doing so would shake the foundations of the Taishu dynasty. At most, he would kill a few as a warning to others. Looks like I guessed correctly this time. Blue Merchant frowned. No matter what, if he wants to eliminate the clan residences, let him do it. As long as we have a foothold, it's fine. Lu Ming said. The marquee residences were just a name. Lu Ming did not care. As long as he had power, nothing was more important. Lu Ming and the others continued forward into the Taishu sacred capital. They arrived at the Hidden Dragon marquee residence and waited. A month later, all the clan residences had arrived at the Taishu sacred capital. Then, the Saint Emperor ordered them to gather in the palace. Chapter 35-29. Behind the palace was a huge courtyard. This was where the sacred emperor usually entertained his guests. Today, it was packed with people. Tables and chairs were placed in different areas. Every heavenly king's residence and marquee residence had their own area. The highest part of the courtyard was where the Great Void Sacred Emperor and the other members of the royal family sat. Below them were the 27 areas. This was where the 27 heavenly kings' residences were located. At the bottom, there were even more tables and chairs. This was where the marquee residence, general residence, and soldier residence were located. Lu Ming brought Yi Tian, Giant Bear, and the others to the hidden dragon residences area and sat down quietly. They waited quietly. Tian, Giant Bear, and the others were wearing armor. They sat behind Lu Ming and did not attract much attention. They were treated as Lu Ming's bodyguards. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Soon, Lu Ming and the others were drowned in the crowd. Half an hour later, everyone arrived. Lu Ming looked around and saw 9 Extinction Heavenly King, 9 Sabers Heavenly King, and the others. However, he did not see 1,000 Holy Old Heavenly King. This was because the Heavenly King of the 1,000 Holy Heavenly King residence was not 1,000 Holy Old Heavenly King. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice was heard. The Great Void Sacred Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the others stepped into the air and arrived. So many experts. Lu Ming looked around and saw a group of black-robed men behind the Sacred Emperor. These black-robed men looked calm, but Lu Ming felt a strong sense of danger from them. These people gave him a lot of pressure. The Sacred Emperor arrived and sat at the top. Greetings, Sacred Emperor. Everyone stood up and bowed. After not seeing him for a while, the Great Void Sacred Emperor looked even more lethargic. His eyes were cloudy and he looked like he was going to pass away at any time. Please take a seat. The Great Void Sacred Emperor waved his hand and everyone took their seats. Everyone, please drink. The Great Void Sacred Emperor raised his wine glass and took a sip. Everyone was filled with doubts. They did not know why the Taishu Saint Emperor had called them here. However, they could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and raise their wine cups to take a sip. After the Saint Emperor took a sip, his eyes lit up. At this moment, the Taishu Saint Emperor was no longer lethargic. Instead, he was like a terrifying beast that had awakened, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone felt their hearts tighten. The reason why the Sage Emperor had gathered them here was finally going to be revealed. The Great Void Saint Emperor's gaze swept across the entire place, sweeping across everyone. I'm sure you're all curious about why I've suddenly summoned you here. I'll get straight to the point. I've summoned you here because there's a traitor among you. The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the area, sounding a little cold. What? Everyone was shocked. Heavenly King Hao Xian, you secretly colluded with the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and sold a large number of divine artifacts to them. Do you know your crime? Suddenly, the Great Void Sacred Emperor's gaze landed on one of the Heavenly King's manors. Heavenly King Hao Xian was one of the top 8 Heavenly King mansions in the Taishu dynasty. Heavenly King Hao Xian's strength was even more shocking. He was a 9th-level divine lord. However, at this moment, Heavenly King Hao Xian's expression changed. He cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, there's definitely no such thing. Are you mistaken? Heavenly King Hao Xian had indeed cooperated with the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and traded treasures with each other. In fact, many Heavenly King mansions were doing this kind of thing. Everyone was well aware of it, but they could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would not be good. Since the Great Void Saint Emperor had brought it up, he naturally could not admit it. You're still quibbling. I've already collected enough evidence. Do you want me to show it to you? The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. This, Heavenly King Hao Xian began to break out in cold sweat. In the end, he cupped his fists and knelt down. He said, Your Majesty, I have indeed traded divine artifacts with the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty. However, that was many years ago. Your Majesty, please punish me. Have you finally admitted it? Selling divine artifacts to the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty is a crime of treason. You must be punished. Now, cripple your own cultivation. Also, Heavenly King Hao Xian Mansion does not need to exist in the future. I will send people to guard the territory of Heavenly King Hao Xian Mansion. The Taishu dynasty said lightly. What? As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Except for a few people, most people were shocked. He had only sold divine artifacts to the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty, but the Great Void Saint Emperor actually wanted to cripple Heavenly King Hao Xian's cultivation and even remove Heavenly King Hao Xian Mansion from the list. Heavenly King Hao Xian Mansion had existed since the Taishu dynasty was established. It had experienced countless years, but now the Taishu dynasty wanted to remove it with just a few words. Heavenly King Hao Xian was also stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, he thought that even if the Great Void Saint Emperor found out about this kind of thing, he would only be casually punished and hand over some treasures. He never dreamed that the Great Void Saint Emperor would actually want to cripple his cultivation. He was a 9th-level Divine Lord, the top combat power of the Taishu dynasty. Was he going to be crippled just like that? This was not a 9th-level Divine Lord. There were not many 9th-level Divine Lords in the entire Taishu dynasty. Moreover, he wanted to cripple the entire Heavenly King Hao Xian Mansion. Saint Emperor, I refuse to accept this. Heavenly King Hao Xian shouted. Since you have committed a crime, you have to accept the punishment. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I do it? The Great Void Saint Emperor's voice was cold. Let's go. Suddenly, Heavenly King Hao Xian roared. His body burst up and rushed towards the sky. The experts he brought followed Heavenly King Hao Xian and rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Heavenly King Hao Xian was an overlord after all. He would definitely not allow himself to be captured. However, when Heavenly King Hao Xian rushed into the sky, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was an extremely burly figure wearing iron armor. Military King. Many people were shocked. They recognized that this was the Great Void Military King, the highest commander of the Grand Council, the military king who commanded the world's troops. Kill! The military king shouted coldly as the battle spear in his hand swept out. Boom! A huge battle spear pressed towards Heavenly King Hao Xian. Heavenly King Hao Xian roared and erupted with all his strength. He wanted to block it, but it was useless. He could not withstand a single blow. Under the spear, Heavenly King Hao Xian screamed. His arms exploded, and even half of his body exploded. His body fell to the ground and crashed heavily. Countless runes immediately spread out on the ground, enveloping the entire palace. After Heavenly King Hao Xian crashed to the ground only shook a little but did not explode. Heavenly King Hao Xian vomited blood. His aura was extremely weak. He had already been severely injured. Although Heavenly King Hao Xian had the cultivation of a 9th-level Divine Lord, the military king was a quasi-emperor. There was still a huge gap between them. He was severely injured in one move. After severely injuring Heavenly King Hao Xian, the military king waved his spear again. After a series of explosions, Heavenly King Hao Xian's subordinates were all severely injured. Chapter 35-30. Swoosh! Finally, King Jun moved and landed beside Heavenly King Haosen. Saint Emperor, spare my life. Heavenly King Haosen begged for mercy. You still want to resist? How can I spare you? Kill! Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. Poof! As soon as Taishu Saint Emperor finished speaking, King Jun attacked. His spear pierced through and killed Heavenly King Haosen. A 9th-level Divine Lord, a Heavenly King of a Heavenly King mansion, was killed just like that. The scene was silent. No one spoke. Everyone's face was extremely solemn as their eyes turned. Taishu Saint Emperor actually killed Heavenly King Haosen just because he sold the divine artifact to the Tianyi sacred dynasty. This was simply unbelievable. Many of the mansion lords present had done such a thing. Were they all going to be executed? Was the Saint Emperor going crazy because his time was up? Was he going to drag them down with him? Many people's hearts sank as all kinds of thoughts ran through their minds. Do you want to be buried with Haosen or submit to His Majesty the Saint Emperor and serve him? King Jun's gaze swept across those from Heavenly King Haosen Mansion. We are willing to submit to the Saint Emperor. Those from Heavenly King Haosen Mansion knelt down. Those who could follow Heavenly King Haosen here were naturally loyal to him. If Heavenly King Housen was not dead, they would definitely resist to the end. But now that Heavenly King Housen was dead, it was meaningless for them to continue resisting. All right. Men, take them away first. As soon as the Saint Emperor spoke, a group of guards immediately came and took the people from Heavenly King Housen Mansion away. Then, Taishu's Saint Emperor's gaze swept across again. Many people began to feel nervous as cold sweat dripped down their backs. Especially those who had done something similar to Saint Emperor Housen, they were even more nervous. Heavenly King Fengxiang. Taishu's Saint Emperor said lightly. This time, his gaze fell on another Heavenly King. Heavenly King Fengxiang was also a 9th-level Divine Lord. He was extremely powerful. There were 27 Heavenly King mansions in the Taishu dynasty. There was only one quasi-emperor, and that was Heavenly King Qiansheng. Other than Heavenly King Qiansheng, the Heavenly Kings in the top 8 Heavenly King mansions were all 9th-level Divine Lords. Among them, the first and second Heavenly King mansions had 2 9th-level Divine Lords. This was also to say that in the 27 Heavenly King palaces, there were a total of 10 9th-level Divine Lord powerhouses. The Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King residence was ranked 5th among the 27 Heavenly King residences. But at that moment, Heavenly King Fengxiang's body trembled and his face turned pale. He stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, what can I do for you? Heavenly King Fengxiang, do you know your crime? The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Your Majesty, what crime have I committed? Heavenly King Fengxiang's body trembled slightly, but he managed to stabilize himself and continued. Do you want me to say it? The Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King's mansion produces a type of divine herb called the Soaring Phoenix grass, but you secretly sold it to the barbarian tribe at a high price. Don't you know that the barbarians are the mortal enemies of the Taishu dynasty? You are helping the enemy. This is a capital offense. Do you plead guilty? The Great Void Saint Emperor said coldly. Heavenly King Fengxiang's face was pale, but he naturally did not want to surrender. He said loudly, Your Majesty, I admit that I sold the Soaring Phoenix grass to the barbarians, but it was not a large amount. Furthermore, the Soaring Phoenix Heavenly King residence has been fighting the barbarians all these years. I am guilty, but my contributions outweigh my crimes. I do not deserve to die. A crime is a crime. If you commit a crime, you must be punished. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to get someone to do it? The Taishu dynasty said coldly. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Heavenly King Fengxiang suddenly laughed crazily and shouted, Jing Shu, do you think I don't know what you are trying to do? You are reaching the end of your lifespan. That's why you are going crazy. You want to eliminate all the palaces and unify all the palaces in the hands of the royal family. You want to be the eternal Saint Emperor. Not only could Blue Merchant guess the Saint Emperor's motive, but these Heavenly Kings were not simple-minded. They could also deduce some things based on the Saint Emperor's behavior. Since the Great Void Saint Emperor wanted to kill him, Heavenly King Fengxiang might as well go all out. Not only did he call out the Taishu Saint Emperor's name, but he also directly revealed the Taishu Saint Emperor's motive. Everyone, Jing Shu is crazy today. He will definitely eliminate all the palaces. Are you going to sit here and wait for death? He killed Heavenly King Hao Xian first, and then I will be next. After killing me, it will be all of you. He will come one by one and take you down one by one. Are you going to wait for him to capture you? Today, we can only survive if we join forces and fight back together. Heavenly King Fengxiang roared, wanting to call on everyone to attack together. Anyway, he was going all out. As long as he could escape today, he would take his people and join the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Hearing Heavenly King Fengxiang's words, many people's eyes lit up. They understood that Heavenly King Fengxiang's words made sense. If this continued, they would definitely be defeated one by one. No one would be able to escape. Stubborn. You still want to sow discord between us. We can't let you live. Kill. The Taishu Saint Emperor shouted coldly. Boom. King Jun stepped out like a terrifying god of war. His terrifying aura forced towards Heavenly King Fengxiang. Everyone, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Heavenly King Fengxiang roared. That's right. If this continues, we will all be defeated one by one. We can only survive if we join forces. At this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. It was Heavenly King Wushuang from the Wushuang Heavenly King residence. Heavenly King Wushuang was ranked first among the 27 Heavenly King residences. He had 2 9th-level divine lords and many other experts. Heavenly King Wushuang was a middle-aged man. He was very handsome. At this moment, divine power surrounded him. There were at least a dozen experts beside him who stood up at the same time. No one expected Heavenly King Wushuang to be the first to speak. In fact, Heavenly King Wushuang had no choice. Heavenly King Wushuang's residence secretly had business dealings with the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. It was a tacit agreement. But today, the Taishu Saint Emperor used this to make things difficult for them. They had no way to argue back. Moreover, Heavenly King Wushuang's residence was the leader of the 27 Heavenly Kings. They were very powerful. If the Taishu Saint Emperor really wanted to eliminate all the other Heavenly Kings, he would definitely start with Heavenly King Wushuang's residence. Moreover, they did not want to be eliminated, so they could only fight back. That's right. We can only save ourselves if we join forces. Heavenly King Wushuang's residence was about to attack. Alright, let's join forces. Following that, another Heavenly King from the Heavenly King residence spoke. Following that, more and more Heavenly Kings stood up and prepared for battle. King Jun stopped in his tracks. How dare you? I think you want to rebel. The Heavenly King roared. His terrifying aura filled the air, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on everyone. Following that, a few figures stepped out from behind the Taishu Saint Emperor. They appeared around the void and sealed the entire void. Most importantly, the aura of these people was extremely terrifying. Chapter 35-31. A few figures walked out from behind the Great Void Saint Emperor. They sealed the space and exuded a terrifying aura. Boundary Emperors, all of them were Boundary Emperors. There were a total of 3 people. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the 6th prince, the younger brother of the Great Void Saint Emperor. Back then, during the Great Void Saint Emperor's birthday banquet, he fought with the powerful barbarians together with the King Jun. He was also a Boundary Emperor. As for the other 2 black-robed elders, Lu Ming did not recognize them. However, they were extremely terrifying and powerful. They were both quasi-emperors. They are the hidden experts of the Taishu dynasty. Clearly, the Great Void Saint Emperor is fully prepared today. Blue Merchant transmitted his voice to Lu Ming behind Lu Ming. Blue Merchant's soul power was extremely strong. The others could not hear him transmitting his voice to Lu Ming. The 3 Boundary Emperors and the barbarian tribe experts surrounded everyone. Everyone looked pale. Heavenly King Wushuang, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and the others gathered together. They had no confidence in facing 4 Boundary Emperors. Everyone, don't be instigated by Heavenly King Fengxiang. Alright, I'll be frank. I'm going to eliminate all the clans today. The Great Void Saint Emperor said. Everyone's expression changed. Indeed. But, the Great Void Saint Emperor continued, not all the clans and lords are guilty. Today, only Heavenly King Haosen, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and Heavenly King Wushuang are guilty. Those who are guilty should be killed. However, the other clans are innocent. As long as you surrender and dissolve your clans, I'll still give you an important position. As soon as the Great Void Saint Emperor said that, many people's eyes lit up. The Great Void Saint Emperor said that only Heavenly King Fengxiang and Heavenly King Wushuang were guilty today. As long as the others surrendered, not only would they not be killed, but they would also be given an important position. Although they were unwilling to dissolve their clans, it was better than being killed. If they resisted today, they would not be able to survive. The Great Void Saint Emperor was clearly prepared. On the battlefield, there were 4 quasi-emperors, including the Taishu Holy Emperor himself, and the imperial advisor. That was a total of 6 quasi-emperors. They didn't have a single quasi-emperor. The only quasi-emperor, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, did not come today. Clearly, the Taishu Saint Emperor was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he did not call Heavenly King Thousand Saints over. In any case, as long as he disbanded the Thousand Saints Heavenly King residence, he could slowly deal with Thousand Saints Old Heavenly King in the future. Many people had already begun to waver. Heavenly King Feng Xiang and Heavenly King Wu Shuang's expressions changed drastically. Everyone, don't be fooled by his tricks. If you surrender today and solve the clan mansion, he will definitely find an opportunity to kill you one by one in the future. Today, the only way to survive is to fight our way out and join the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared. That's right. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. Heavenly King Wushuang also roared. He had already been singled out by the Taishu Saint Emperor. Today, he could only fight to the death. During this process, Lu Ming and the others were very calm and did not make any movements. Even if he were to make a move, with the manpower he brought along, as well as Heavenly King Feng Xiang and the others, the odds were against them. It was not worthwhile for him to resist with Heavenly King Feng Xiang and the others. In his opinion, disbanding the clan mansion was not a big deal. His hidden dragon mansion had been established not long ago, and only the combat power he had was still there. The clan mansion was just a name, and he did not care. As long as he could leave this place today, he could bring the undying demon lord with him. With the barbarian race behind him, even the Taishu Saint Emperor would not be able to touch him easily. Of course, this was because the Taishu Saint Emperor did not want to do anything to him. Otherwise, he would definitely fight back. Humans were all selfish, weren't they? A monarch doesn't joke. If I say that he is innocent, then he is innocent. If I say that I won't touch you, then I won't touch you. This is the last time I say this. If you want to die with Feng Xiang and Wushuang, then I will fulfill your wish. The Taishu Saint Emperor stood up, and his terrifying aura became even more shocking. Even though they were all quasi-emperors, there were differences in strength. As for the Taishu Saint Emperor, he was half a step away from becoming a true sacred emperor. Once he unleashed his full strength, it would be earth-shattering. I will disband the clan mansion and submit to your majesty. At this moment, a voice rang out. It was an elder in a black robe. Many people were shocked as they recognized this elder in a black robe. He was the Heavenly King of the Jiuyo Heavenly King residence, Heavenly King Jiuyo. Jiuyo, you, Heavenly King Wushuang was furious. All right, Jiuyo, I will do what I say. Those who are willing to submit to me, step aside. The Taishu Saint Emperor said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Heavenly King Jiuyo led the people of the Jiuyo Heavenly King residence to the side. Your Majesty, I am also willing to submit. Me too. Following that, the people of the other clan mansions knelt down one by one. It was already good enough that they were not killed by the Taishu Saint Emperor. After all, the clan mansion was more important than their lives. They had to save their lives first. Soon, more and more people submitted to the Taishu Saint Emperor. Heavenly King Feng Xiang and Heavenly King Wushuang's faces turned darker and darker. Let's go. Charge out. Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared and led the experts of the 2 Heavenly King residents to charge toward one of the black-robed elders. There were 2 level 9 divine lords in Heavenly King Wushuang's residence. Including Heavenly King Feng Xiang, there were a total of 3 level 9 divine lords. In addition to the other level 8 and level 7 divine lords, their combined power was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the black-robed elder that they had chosen did not seem to have a strong aura. He was considered weak among the boundary emperors. Violent attacks surged towards the old man like raging waves. You are courting death. The black-robed elder shouted coldly as his divine power erupted. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed out. The saber seemed to have lit up the starry sky and the universe. It was unimaginably stunning. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided heavily and there was a shocking explosion. Following that, the black-robed elder's saber light shook violently and finally exploded. The black-robed elder's body floated backward. However, Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Feng Xiang's attack was also blocked and their speed slowed down. Wushuang, it seems like you are about to become a boundary emperor. Unfortunately, you are still one step away. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice rang out. At this moment, another black-robed elder, Lord Jun, and the 6th Wangye rushed toward Heavenly King Wushuang and the others. The 4 boundary emperors had joined forces. At this moment, Heavenly King Wushuang and Heavenly King Feng Xiang's hearts sank. They knew that they would definitely die today. Shocking technique, you will die a horrible death. Heavenly King Feng Xiang roared crazily. How dare you insult the sacred emperor? Die! Lord Jun shouted as his long spear pierced through the void, breaking through layers of defense and piercing through Heavenly King Feng Xiang's forehead. On the other side, Heavenly King Wushuang was extremely powerful and was about to become a boundary emperor. Unfortunately, he was still not a boundary emperor. Under the joint attack of the 6th Wangye and the black-robed elder, he was instantly killed. Chapter 35-32. This was a battle without any suspense. Under the joint suppression of the 4 quasi-emperors, Heavenly King Fengxiang Mansion and Heavenly King Wushuang Mansion were reduced to ashes. The 2 heavenly kings were killed, and the other divine emperor from Heavenly King Wushuang Mansion was also killed without much resistance. More than half of the other experts were also killed. The remaining experts all surrendered and were taken down by the Saint Emperor's guards. Many people at the scene felt like they were in a dream. The famous Heavenly King Wushuang, Heavenly King Fengxiang, and Heavenly King Haosen had fallen just like that. These were all overlords, and it was difficult to meet them. Each of them was a top figure in the Taishu dynasty, but now, they were so worthless and were easily killed. Alright, today, all the traitors have been killed. Everyone else, please take a seat. The Taishu Saint Emperor waved his hand. Everyone sat down, but they were still trembling with fear. However, there is still one person who must be punished today. Unexpectedly, the Taishu Saint Emperor spoke again, which shocked many people and made them fearful. Then, the Taishu Saint Emperor's gaze fell on the area at the bottom, and finally fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He did not expect the Taishu Saint Emperor to target him. Was it because of the blue merchant's soul mother? In an instant, several thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, Marquis Lu. The Taishu Saint Emperor said lightly. Your Majesty, may I know why you called me? Lu Ming had calmed down, stood up, and cupped his fists. The youngest Marquis of the Taishu dynasty, reached the peak of the divine king realm at such a young age, and suppressed all the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. No wonder you are Yu's successor, you are even more outstanding than Yu. The Taishu dynasty said lightly, and his voice spread throughout the scene. As soon as he said this, the scene suddenly fell silent. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in a daze, full of surprise. There was only one Yu, that the Taishu Saint Emperor mentioned. That was the extremely talented prince, Jing Yu. Lu Ming was actually Jing Yu's successor. At this moment, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were equally shocked. The Taishu Saint Emperor already knew. Lu Ming didn't say anything, but his mind was racing. When he saw that Lu Ming was silent, the Taishu Saint Emperor continued, you don't have to deny it. I know you too well. Therefore, when I first saw you, I knew that you were Yu's successor. You have his aura on you. There's no mistake about it. Later on, when the Great Void Imperial Academy was held, you obtained 3rd place. Originally, you could have made a condition for me, but you used that condition to save Blue Merchant. That made me even more certain. Could it be the power of a sovereign again? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Back then, Blue Merchant had recognized him as Jing Yu's successor at first sight. In that case, others could as well, as long as they knew Jing Yu well. At this moment, the crown prince and state preceptor looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were clearly surprised. They also didn't expect Lu Ming to be Jing Yu's successor. What? Are you still going to deny it? The Taishu Saint Emperor asked. That's right, I am indeed Prince Jing Yu's successor. Lu Ming spoke. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to hide it. He would just reveal it. The moment he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. This was too surprising. Lu Ming was actually Jing Yu's successor. No wonder he was so outstanding. I'm just curious. Since the Saint Emperor already knew that I was Jing Yu's successor, why didn't you expose me earlier? Lu Ming continued to ask. Why did I expose you earlier? I wanted to see how your successor is like. Is he as outstanding as him? Now, it seems like you didn't disappoint me. You're even more outstanding than you, exceeding my expectations. But now, I can't let you live. The Taishu Saint Emperor's voice turned cold. Many people, including Lu Ming, were shocked by these words. The Taishu Saint Emperor's last sentence was obviously to get rid of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. Lu Ming, under the Blue Merchant scheme, you've improved your strength step by step. In the end, you want to take revenge for Jing Yu, right? The Taishu Saint Emperor's eyes were as bright as the sun, as if he could see through Lu Ming. Revenge? Saint Emperor, you're overthinking. I just want to reverse the verdict for Prince Jing Yu. I believe that Prince Jing Yu left a message saying that he was wronged back then. I just want to find out the truth of what happened back then. Lu Ming said. Reverse the verdict? I killed Jing Yu back then. If you want to reverse the verdict, isn't that the same as taking revenge on me? The Taishu Saint Emperor sneered, his killing intent cold. At this moment, he was calling Jing Yu by his name. Saint Emperor, Lu Ming has no intention of taking revenge on you. As long as you help Lu Ming find out the truth of what happened back then and clear Prince Jing Yu's name, that will be enough. Lu Ming said. The truth? What Jing Yu did back then is the truth. Lu Ming, you've been hiding your identity and increasing your strength. You have ulterior motives and are disgraceful. Kill yourself and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Taishu Saint Emperor said coldly. Lu Ming's face turned cold. He didn't expect the Taishu Saint Emperor to be so unreasonable and want to kill him. In his opinion, even if the Taishu Saint Emperor knew that he was Jing Yu's successor, he wouldn't kill him so easily. After all, he just wanted to reverse the verdict for Jing Yu. Could it be that there was a deeper story behind what happened back then? Saint Emperor, are you so afraid of the truth of what happened back then? What was the truth hidden back then? Also, Jing Yu and the Saint Concubine were lovers, but you forcefully took her away. I suspect that you framed Prince Jing Yu back then. Lu Ming shouted. Since the Saint Emperor wanted to kill him, he might as well go all out and say anything. As soon as he said that, many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Audacious, truly audacious. This matter was taboo for the Saint Emperor. No one dared to mention it in front of him. Those who did were all dead. But not only did Lu Ming dare to mention it, he even said that Jing Yu was framed by the Saint Emperor. He didn't know what death was. As expected, the Saint Emperor was enraged. A terrifying aura emanated from his body as he roared, disgraceful. Men, kill Lu Ming on the spot. No, cripple him first. I want him to beg for death. Yes. Immediately, a burly man stepped out from behind the Saint Emperor and charged at Lu Ming. This burly man was one of the Saint Emperor's guards and had the cultivation of a 9th-level divine lord. To deal with Lu Ming, there was no need for a quasi-emperor to take action. The Saint Emperor knew that Lu Ming had an 8th-level divine lord by his side. Therefore, it was enough for him to send a 9th-level divine lord guard. Chapter 35-33. The relationship between the sacred imperial concubine and Jing Yu had always been the Taishu sacred emperor's taboo. No one dared to mention it. After all, it was seriously too unpleasant to hear. Lu Ming actually dared to mention it in public. The sacred emperor was thoroughly enraged and directly had people kill Lu Ming. Kneel down and kowtow to the sacred emperor and admit your mistake for me. A middle-aged guard wearing iron armor, his aura thick like the sea, stepped over in the air, a palm smacking over toward Lu Ming. An enormous palm seal formed, crushing over toward Lu Ming. This palm, forget about Lu Ming, even an 8th-level divine lord existence would also be pressed down by his palm force. Clearly, the middle-aged guard knew that there was an 8th-level divine lord existence by Lu Ming's side. But so what? It was fine if the other party did not make a move. If he wanted to make a move, then kneel down together. Get lost. At this time, an angry roar came from Lu Ming's side. A burly figure rushed out explosively, slamming a punch out. The void trembled wildly. The horrifying fist force slammed into the middle-aged guard's palm seal, making his palm seal crumble instantly. The fist force did not stop, the berserk power surging wildly toward the middle-aged guard. The middle-aged guard's expression changed. Both arms trembled, forming a layer of defensive divine power, blocking the attack of the fist force. But he still retreated repeatedly. 9th-level divine lord. The middle-aged guard opened his mouth rather incredulously. The one who attacked just now beside Lu Ming was a 9th-level divine lord existence. Therefore, he was directly repelled due to his carelessness just now. But why would there be a 9th-level divine lord existence by Lu Ming's side? Everyone present was stunned, looking at Lu Ming somewhat incredulously. 9th-level divine lord, in the Taishu dynasty, that was a top powerhouse. The 27 Heavenly King palaces added up were just 10. Lu Ming, this junior youth side, just a marquee manor actually had a 9th-level divine lord existence. 9th-level divine lord, Lu Ming, I underestimated you. The great void saint sovereign was also very surprised. Previously, he did not pay attention to those people around Lu Ming at all. The way he saw it, the strongest around Lu Ming was just an 8th-level divine lord. It was not worth paying attention to at all. Therefore, he had no idea how many experts Lu Ming had by his side. In fact, it was the same for the others. In addition, Giant Bear, Tian, and the others tried their best to conceal their auras. No one noticed them at all. Lu Ming, leave now. Blue Merchant transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. All right, Giant Bear, Tian, let's go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. Then, Giant Bear and the others swept up Lu Ming and rushed towards the sky. The Taishu Saint Emperor had already steeled his heart to kill him. If he didn't leave now, when would he? You think you can leave in the Imperial Palace? 6th brother, kill them. The moment Lu Ming and the others rose into the air, the Taishu Saint Emperor issued this order coldly. Boom! The 6th Wanye soared into the sky and the space kept exploding. A terrifying saber light bloomed from the 6th Wanye's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. The 6th Wanye was a quasi-emperor realm expert. This saber strike was extremely terrifying. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others with a single strike. However, at this moment, Giant Bear made his move. He roared and his body swelled rapidly. The armor on his body exploded into pieces. Then, a huge bear paw slapped towards the saber light. Boom! The saber light shook violently and then exploded with a bang. What? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 6th Wanye had personally made a move and his saber strike was blocked. The 6th Wanye was a quasi-emperor. When he dealt with Heavenly King Wushuang and the others just now, he was so powerful that it made them despair. But now, his terrifying saber strike was blocked. Only a quasi-emperor could block the saber strike of a quasi-emperor and be unharmed. Lu Ming actually had a quasi-emperor by his side? What was a quasi-emperor? It was the peak combat power of the Taishu dynasty. There were only a few of them. What did Lu Ming do to have such an expert by his side? The Taishu Saint Emperor, the Crown Prince, the State Preceptor, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Attack, kill them." The Taishu Saint Emperor roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, it was not only the 6th Wang Ye who attacked again. The Jun Wang and a black-robed elder also attacked. The Saint Emperor ordered that they could not let Lu Ming and the others escape. Therefore, in an instant, 3 quasi-emperors charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The 3 quasi-emperors attacked with all their might. They were too fast. Even though Lu Ming and the others had already rushed into the starry sky, they still caught up with them. The 3 attacks were 100 times brighter than meteors. They blasted towards them, and wherever they passed, the space exploded. "You guys protect Lu Ming and Senior Lan. We will block the quasi-emperors." Yi Tian transmitted his voice to Zhu Tai and the other 9th-level Divine Lord experts. Then, he suddenly turned around and a huge battle saber appeared in his hands. Divine power burst forth and his armor exploded, revealing his true appearance. Yi Tian could not care less about hiding his identity now. Clang! Clang! Yi Tian's battle saber vibrated violently. 2 bright saber lights burst forth and slashed towards the Jun Wang and a black-robed elder. Boom! Boom! 2 terrifying explosions rang out. In the starry sky, it was as if 2 stars had exploded, setting off a terrifying cosmic storm. In the end, the Jun Wang and the black-robed elders' attacks were blocked. However, Yi Tian was unable to defeat the 2 of them and was forced to retreat. At the same time, the giant bear and the 6th Wang Ye exchanged blows and both of them retreated at the same time. Another quasi-emperor. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. There was actually another quasi-emperor by Lu Ming's side. Countless people's hearts were filled with shock and fear. 2 quasi-emperors. With such combat power, who in the Taishu dynasty could compare to them? Other than the imperial family, no one could compare to them. As for some of the older people, their eyes were filled with shock. This person looks familiar. He looks like Yi Tian. It's indeed Yi Tian, the leader of the 3 generals under Prince Jingyu. Lu Ming is indeed the successor of Jingyu. There was an uproar. Although Lu Ming had already admitted it, now that they saw Yi Tian and Lu Ming together, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was the successor of Jingyu. A group of traitors. Very well, let's catch all of you in one fell swoop today. The Great Void's Sacred Emperor's cold voice rang out. Swish. 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 The Jun Wang, the 6th Wang Ye, and the black-robed elder continued to attack. They pushed their combat power to the extreme and charged towards the giant bear and Yi Tian. The 5 quasi-emperors broke out in a fierce battle. However, those who could reach the quasi-emperor realm were peerless geniuses. Hence, their combat power was not much different. Only those who were abnormally strong could be invincible among their peers. Hence, it was difficult for the giant bear and Yi Tian to withstand the 2 of them alone. Leave the 2 of them to us. You go and kill Lu Ming. The Jun Wang transmitted his voice to the black-robed elder. At the same time, he launched a terrifying attack and fought with Yi Tian, freeing the black-robed elder. All right. The black-robed elder's body swayed. He bypassed Yi Tian and charged towards Lu Ming. Damn it. Yi Tian wanted to help but was entangled by the Jun Wang. Chapter 35-34. I miscalculated. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that the Sage Emperor had already known of his identity and was determined to kill him. He really hadn't expected this. According to his calculations, even if the Sacred Emperor knew his identity, he might not kill him. After all, Jingyu was the one who made the mistake, and Jingyu was the Sacred Emperor's son. Wouldn't the Sacred Emperor be heartbroken if he killed Jingyu? Lu Ming was Jingyu's successor, and so many years had passed. What reason did the Sacred Emperor have to kill him? Was he really afraid that he would seek revenge? It was definitely not that simple. If he knew this would happen, he would have joined forces with Heavenly King Wushuang and the others. He would not be in such a passive position now. The black-robed elder was very fast. He caught up with Lu Ming in an instant. A pitch-black ghost claw grabbed at Lu Ming and the others. "Block it!" Zhu Tai shouted. Then, his figure flashed. A total of 5 ninth-layer Divine King existences beside Lu Ming attacked together. 5 dazzling attacks gathered together and bombarded the pitch-black ghost claw. The starry sky trembled and energy swept out in all directions. Then, the ghost claw shook and was pushed back. It was blocked. The 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs joined forces and blocked the black-robed Elder's attack. Heavens, 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. They were all stupefied. Today, Lu Ming had given everyone too many surprises. He actually had so many top experts around him. 2 quasi-emperors and 5 ninth-layer Divine Monarchs. They had the power to disrupt the Taishu dynasty's situation. "Why aren't you attacking?" The Great Void's Sacred Emperor looked at the other black-robed elder beside him. "Yes." The black-robed elder's eyes flickered a few times. He did not seem to want to attack, but the Sacred Emperor had ordered him to. Just as the black-robed old man was about to attack, a resplendent sword light suddenly burst out from the starry sky. It traversed the universe and was incomparably resplendent as it slashed towards the black-robed old man who was attacking Lu Ming and the others. This black-robed old man had green hair and green eyes. At this moment, his green eyes were filled with shock. He waved his hands, forming a pitch-black long spear and thrusting it forward. With a boom, the pitch-black spear collided with the sword light, and then both of them dissipated. At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared in the starry sky. "Thousand Saints, old heavenly king!" Someone exclaimed. That's right, this old man was Thousand Saint, old heavenly king. "Sage Emperor, it's so lively today, yet you didn't invite me. That's not very kind of you." Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King's voice reverberated throughout the entire place. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was somewhat gloomy. The reason why he did not invite the Holy Old Heavenly King was because the Holy Old Heavenly King was a quasi-emperor. When a quasi-emperor fought with his life on the line, it was still very shocking. Shaoqun did not invite the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King over to prevent any accidents from happening to the Shao clan residence. As long as the Shao clan residence was destroyed, Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King would not be able to cause any trouble in the future. Shaoqun did not expect Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King to come. Obviously, he had rushed over after hearing the news. "Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, you came at the right time. These people are all traitors. Take down the traitors for me." The Great Void Sage Emperor said coldly. "Traitors? How can Lu Ming be a traitor?" Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King said. "Old Heavenly King, Lu Ming is the successor of Jingyu." At this moment, Blue Merchant took off his black robe, revealing his true face as he spoke to Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King. "Blue Merchant, you're not dead." Seeing Blue Merchant, the Great Void Sage Emperor let out a furious roar. He instantly understood that he had been deceived. "Of course I'm not dead." As a Sage Emperor, you secretly sent people to kill me after knowing that I have a spiritual treasure on me. How laughable." Blue Merchant said coldly. Since they had completely fallen out with each other, Blue Merchant did not care about the Sage Emperor's face and directly exposed him. Many people looked at each other when they heard this. The Great Void Sage Emperor had secretly sent people to kill Blue Merchant. It was really disappointing that a Sage Emperor would do such a thing. Of course, they were only thinking about it in their hearts. They were not as bold as Blue Merchant to say it out loud. The Great Void Sage Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He said, "Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, why aren't you making a move to take down the traitor? Since Lu Ming is the successor of Jingyu, how can he be a traitor? In my opinion, the matter of Jingyu back then was also very suspicious. I know Jingyu. He would never do such a thing. He was most likely framed. Lu Ming should want to find out the truth about Jingyu back then. I think it's necessary to find out the truth." Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King said. "Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King, are you rebelling too? The great void sage emperor said. Sage emperor, Jing Yu is your most outstanding son. If he was framed, don't you want to find out the truth? Clear his name? The holy thousandth elder said. I saw what happened back then with my own eyes. There's no need to investigate further. Saint Xian, I wanted to spare your life on account of our many years of friendship. Since you're so stubborn, I'll kill you as well. The great void saint emperor said coldly. Advance and retreat with the old heavenly king. Thousand Saints heavenly king roared and led the experts of his residence into the starry sky to meet up with Thousand Saints old heavenly king. The current Thousand Saints heavenly king was the son of the old Thousand Saints heavenly king. Naturally, he would stand by the old heavenly king's side unconditionally. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, and a great battle could break out at any moment. Prince Jingyu was innocent back then. At this moment, a voice rang out. Her voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. It was like the sound of pearls and jade colliding together. Once one heard it, one's heart would calm down. As he spoke, several figures appeared in the sky above the great void holy capital. The leader was a woman. She looked to be in her 20s, but her charm was unparalleled. She was devastatingly beautiful. What a beautiful woman. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This woman's beauty could be ranked in the top few among all the women he had seen. Moreover, she had a special temperament that made it difficult for people to shift their gaze away from her. The imperial concubine. Blue Merchant muttered, his eyes filled with shock. The imperial concubine? This is the imperial concubine? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had seen the imperial concubine. She was indeed very beautiful. No wonder the great void saint emperor wanted her for himself. At this moment, the imperial concubine became the center of attention. Everyone's eyes fell on her, not only because of her beauty, but also because of what she had just said. Prince Jingyu was innocent. In this world, the imperial concubine was the one who knew the most about what had happened back then. After all, she was the one who had been involved. Could it be that there was more to what had happened back then? Shishua, who allowed you to come out? Go back. The great void saint emperor's face was extremely gloomy as he shouted coldly. So many years have passed. Since everyone is here today, including Jing Yu's successor, it's time to clarify what happened back then. Jing Yu has been wronged for so many years. It's time to clear his name. The imperial concubine said. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant looked at each other and saw the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. The imperial concubine, Kong Shishua, actually said that Jing Yu was innocent. Wasn't she the one who had framed Jing Yu back then? Chapter 35-35. Shishua, what did you say? Are you out of your mind? Go back to where you came from. Do you hear me? The great void saint emperor shouted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. Are you still trying to threaten me now? But I've already made preparations over the years. I've already moved my family to a safe place. Your tricks are useless against me. The imperial concubine seemed to have thought of something as her eyes turned cold. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were greatly shocked and their imaginations ran wild. What did the imperial concubine mean? Could it be that the Saint Emperor used the imperial concubine's family to threaten her back then? Did he make her do something she was unwilling to do? There were many secrets hidden in this. I think you've really gone crazy. Men, bring the imperial concubine back. The great void Saint Emperor shouted coldly as endless killing intent brewed in the depths of his eyes. Jing Shu, from now on, I'm no longer under your control. From now on, I'm no longer the imperial concubine. I'm Kong Shishua. Kong Shishua's voice rang out as divine power emanated from her. Her glabella glowed as a golden steel ring appeared, suffused with a resplendent radiance. The other three people beside the imperial concubine, 2 old women and a middle-aged woman, were also suffused with a resplendent radiance as divine power erupted. 9th level divine lords. The sacred imperial concubine and the 3 people that she brought were actually all 9th level divine lord cultivation. No one was surprised. Kang Shishue was also a peerless genius back then. Although she was not as good as Jingyu, her talent was unparalleled among her peers. It was not surprising that she had cultivated to 9th level divine lords. However, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were still very surprised. "It's her?" Lu Ming and Blue Merchant couldn't help but exclaim softly. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant recognized Kang Shishue the moment she used the Vajra ring. Back then, the Great Void Saint Emperor had tricked Lu Ming into finding his parents. Then, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant were surrounded and attacked. 2 groups of people had saved them. Blue Merchant speculated that one of the groups was sent by the Crown Prince. There was another mysterious lady who used a diamond ring. Lan Shang and Lu Ming could not figure out who she was. Now that they looked at her, they understood. The person who saved them back then was Kang Shishue. It was normal for Kang Shishue, as the divine royal concubine, to know about the Taishu Sage Emperor's plan. In that case, before they entered the great illusionary divine capital, someone had warned Lu Ming and the rest that this danger was probably sent by the divine royal concubine. Attack. If he resists, kill him. The Great Void Saint Emperor roared, his face contorted. Protect the imperial concubine. Lu Ming shouted. He gathered with the giant bear and Yi Tian and rushed towards Kang Shishue. Nothing must happen to Kang Shishue. Today, the truth of Jing Yu's matter would be revealed. Attack, attack together. The Great Void Saint Emperor roared at the guards behind him. Yes. The black-robed elder beside the Great Void Saint Emperor obeyed. This black-robed elder was bald. At that moment, all the divine power in his body exploded. Everyone thought that he was going to soar into the sky and attack Kang Shishue. However, the next scene shocked everyone. Poof! A dazzling sword radiance shot out from the bald black-robed elder's hand and pierced towards the Great Void Saint Emperor's heart. The Great Void Saint Emperor had never expected the bald black-robed elder to attack him. It was too late for him to block the attack. Poof! The sword radiance pierced through the Great Void Saint Emperor's back, through his heart, and through his chest. Moreover, the terrifying sword chi shot out and destroyed the Great Void Saint Emperor's heart in an instant. Then, the sword chi spread around his body. Roar! The Great Void Saint Emperor let out a beast-like roar. A terrifying force exploded like the sun. It turned into billowing waves of energy that surged towards the bald black-robed elder. The Great Void Saint Emperor was already half a step into the Divine Emperor realm. Now that he was fighting with his life on the line, his battle strength was at its peak. However, the bald black-robed elder was also a quasi-emperor. His speed was shocking. In a flash, he dodged the Great Void Saint Emperor's attack and landed beside the Crown Prince. However, some of the people around the Great Void Saint Emperor were not so lucky. Those who were below the 8th level Divine Lord realm were turned into ashes before they could even scream. Some of the 8th level and 9th level Divine Lord realm guards coughed out blood and retreated. They were severely injured. In an instant, a few hundred people died, including some concubines, princesses, and princes. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Including Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and Kang Shishue. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. The bald black-robed elder had actually launched a sneak attack on the Great Void Saint Emperor and severely injured him with a single move. Ah! The Great Void Saint Emperor roared. His hair was disheveled and he coughed out blood. That move just now had caused too much damage to him. It had almost destroyed his bodily functions. After all, it was a sneak attack from a quasi-emperor. It was too terrifying. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. The Great Void Saint Emperor's face was contorted. His eyes were red as he stared at the Crown Prince and roared, "Unfilial son, it's you." The bald black-robed elder landed beside the Crown Prince. At this moment, the Crown Prince's eyes were filled with excitement. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Today's events had really exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had wanted to fight to the death and kill the Great Void Saint Emperor today. However, he did not have much confidence. However, Lu Ming had so many experts around him. They were able to restrain the Great Void Saint Emperor's forces. Moreover, even the Saint Concubine had stepped forward. All of this had distracted the Great Void Saint Emperor and made him lower his guard. All of this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. That bald black-robed elder had already sided with him. He secretly sent out a signal. The bald black-robed elder's sneak attack had indeed severely injured the Great Void Saint Emperor. "Father, your words are too harsh." The Crown Prince stood up calmly and said, "I have long suspected that Brother Jingyu was framed. Today, it seems that it was indeed the case. However, Father has repeatedly stopped the Saint Concubine, no, Kong Shishue, from telling the truth. After thinking about it, I decided to stand on the side of justice and use this method to stop Father and force Kong Shishue to tell the truth." The Crown Prince found a very good reason for himself. He was not killing his father. He would only stand on the side of justice. "Saint Emperor. Your Majesty." The sixth Wang Ye and the green-haired elder exclaimed. They returned to the Great Void Saint Emperor's side and protected him. However, the Guard King did not return to the Great Void Saint Emperor's side. Instead, he stepped forward and came to the Crown Prince's side. "You have also betrayed me?" The Great Void Saint Emperor glared at the Guard King. The Guard King could be said to have been groomed by him. He did not expect the Guard King to side with the Crown Prince. "Your Majesty is getting old. In the future, the Crown Prince will be the next Saint Emperor," the Guard King said plainly. "All of you." The Great Void Saint Emperor was enraged. He then looked at the second prince and said, "Jingkuan, go and get rid of this unfilial son. When I die, the Saint Emperor's position will be yours." Chapter 35-36. The second prince's name was Jingkuan. However, the second prince sat there motionlessly as though he had not heard anything. "Unfilial son. Unfilial son." The Great Void Sacred Emperor roared like a madman. Those heavenly kings would not help the Great Void Sacred Emperor. Today, the Great Void Sacred Emperor wanted to eliminate all the heavenly kings. These people could not wait for the Great Void Sacred Emperor to be killed. What happened today was exactly what they wanted. Today, the Great Void Sacred Emperor was truly deserted. "Kong Shishue, what happened back then? Tell us." The Crown Prince said to Kong Shishue. "All right." Kong Shishue nodded and said, "Back then, Crown Prince Jingyu was innocent. It was the Sacred Emperor who forced me to frame Crown Prince Jingyu." Kong Shishue's words shocked everyone. Once she said that, there was an uproar. Everyone was so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, and the rest were the same. They had never imagined that the mastermind behind this was actually the Great Void Saint Emperor. They had thought that the one who framed Jingyu was either the Crown Prince or the Second Prince. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the Great Void Sacred Emperor to be the one who framed Jingyu. The Great Void Sacred Emperor was Jingyu's father. Why? Why did he frame Jingyu? Jingyu had unparalleled talent and was the strongest in the history of the Taishu dynasty. He could have broken through to the Divine Emperor realm and led the Taishu dynasty to greater heights. Why did he frame Jingyu and want to kill him? Holy Thousand King asked, his heart full of doubts. This was also the question in everyone's mind. Not only was Jingyu his son, but he was also unparalleled. Why did the Great Void Sacred Emperor want to kill Jingyu? It's because Jingyu's talent is too strong that Jing Shu killed him. Jing Shu is a selfish and narrow-minded person. Kong Shishue said, her eyes full of resentment. Shut up. Shut up for this emperor. The Great Void Sacred Emperor roared. If you dare to do it, why don't you dare to let me say it? Kong Shishue sneered and continued, Jing Shu is jealous of Jing Yu's talent. Since Jing Yu reached the quasi-emperor realm, he became even more jealous. Moreover, he is afraid that Jingyu will reach the Divine Emperor realm. Once Jingyu enters the Divine Emperor realm, he will be the uncrowned king of the Taishu dynasty, the real number one. Jing Shu is afraid that his position will be threatened, so he wants to get rid of Jingyu. However, at that time, Jingyu was already invincible in the Taishu dynasty. Even Jing Shu himself was no match for him. Killing Jingyu was easier said than done. Therefore, he used me, my parents, my brothers and sisters, and all my relatives to threaten me. If I didn't cooperate with him, he would kill all my relatives. I had no choice but to cooperate with him and frame Jingyu. Moreover, I poisoned Jingyu's wine. At the crucial moment, Jing Shu purposely arrived and attacked Jingyu when he was distracted. He severely injured Jingyu. You all know what happened after that. Following Kong Shishue's words, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that the truth would be like this. All of this had been planned by the Taishu Saint Emperor. He had even wanted to kill his own son, who was the most capable. He was truly selfish to the extreme. So it's like this, ha ha ha. Lan Shang laughed heartily, but there were tears in his eyes. The matter of Jingyu had always been a demon in Blue Merchant's heart. Because of this matter, his cultivation was crippled and he almost became a cripple. He had always wanted to find out the truth, but the truth was out of his expectation. There is actually such a person in this world. Lu Ming whispered, feeling sad for Jingyu. Jingyu was killed by his own father and his lover. However, Lu Ming did not doubt that there was indeed such a selfish person in this world. To the Great Void's sacred emperor, he did not care about the glory of the Taishu dynasty. Even if Jingyu broke through to the Divine Emperor realm and led the Taishu dynasty to glory, what did it have to do with him? He was not the one who led the Taishu dynasty to glory. What he wanted was his own glory. Everyone who surpassed him and threatened his position should die. There was another reason why he killed Jingyu, and that was because of me. Kong Shishue continued to speak, but her eyes were filled with sadness. That year, Jingyu and I were truly in love. However, one day, Jing Shu saw me and wanted to have me. I refused, so he captured my family and held them in his hands to threaten me. In the end, I could only agree. Kong Shishue said. What? Despicable. Blue Merchant roared. Everyone came to a realization. At that time, everyone was puzzled as to why Kong Shishue would suddenly marry the Great Void's sacred emperor and become the sacred concubine. Many people said that it was because of Kong Shishue's vanity. It turned out that the Great Void's sacred emperor had captured Kong Shishue's family and threatened Kong Shishue. First, he threatened Kong Shishue, forcing Kong Shishue to marry him. Then, he threatened Kong Shishue, forcing Kong Shishue to frame Jingyu. Despicable, truly despicable. Lu Ming had never seen such a despicable person. As long as Jingyu is alive, the world will always think of my relationship with Jingyu. They will always think that Jing Shu stole his son's woman. Therefore, only when Jingyu is dead will the world forget everything. This is also one of the reasons why he wanted to kill Jingyu. All these years, I have been secretly moving my family away. I have been looking for an opportunity to reveal the truth and prove Jingyu's innocence. Kong Shishue continued. Jing Shu, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Holy Thousand King shook his head and sighed. He was heartbroken for Jingyu. Back then, Jingyu was the person he valued the most. He didn't expect Jingyu to end up like this. Father, your actions are too disappointing. Originally, the Taishu dynasty could have been more glorious if brother Jingyu was alive. I didn't expect that he would be framed and killed by you. Although you are my father, today, I will seek justice for brother Jingyu. At this moment, the crown prince stepped forward and said loudly. Many people looked at him with disdain. The crown prince's words were truly shameless. Back then, the crown prince was one of the people who wanted Jingyu dead the most. If Jingyu was alive, his position as the crown prince would be unstable. Back then, many people thought that the crown prince had framed Jingyu, but he couldn't produce any evidence. Now, He said that he wanted to seek justice for Jingyu. He was just looking for an excuse to kill his father. Ha ha ha, do you really think that you can kill me today? This is the palace, my territory. I have just sent out the news that the army will be here soon. Today, I will kill all of you. All of you must die. The Great Void's Sacred Emperor roared crazily. He wanted to kill everyone at the scene. Anyone who knew about this had to die. Chapter 35-37. The Great Void Saint Emperor had completely lost his mind. He wanted to kill everyone present. He still had a trump card and a foundation. This was the Imperial Palace, and there was a group of Imperial Guards, all of whom were experts. Furthermore, the so-called foundation of the Imperial Palace could not only consist of the two black-robed elders. There were many more quasi-emperor experts. As long as these people arrived, he could turn the tables and kill the Crown Prince, Lu Ming, and Kong Shishue. However, in the next moment, boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion came from the Imperial Palace. A bright sword light shot into the sky. At the same time, a divine dragon could be seen piercing through the clouds. Its aura was extremely terrifying. At the same time, there was a deafening battle cry. You've also bribed the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragon Man tribe. The Great Void Saint Emperor's expression changed drastically as he stared at the Crown Prince. In the Taishu dynasty, there were some ancient families that had existed for even longer than the Taishu dynasty. For example, the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragon Man tribe. The Great Void Saint Emperor knew very well that these ancient families had quasi-emperors. The Sword Light and Divine Dragon figure just now were quasi-emperors. Not only that, but more than half of the Imperial Guards have also fallen into my hands. If I wasn't confident, how would I dare to attack? The Crown Prince sneered. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the depths of the Imperial Palace. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His attire was very similar to the bald black-robed elder and the green-haired black-robed elder. This black-robed man was extremely fast, and the aura he emitted was that of a quasi-emperor. However, there were two people chasing after the black-robed elder. These two people were quasi-emperors from the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragon Man tribe. In an instant, the black-robed man appeared not far from the Great Void Saint Emperor. Zhu Yan, why are you alone? The Great Void Saint Emperor asked. Saint Emperor, the others have all left. They've betrayed us. The black-robed man shouted and came to the Saint Emperor's side. What? The Great Void Saint Emperor's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of despair. Behind them, the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragon Man tribe had arrived. Together with the Crown Prince and the others, they surrounded the Great Void Saint Emperor and the others. Old man, you're already so old. Why aren't you dead yet? You want to use the twin stones to live another life? Dream. Today, I'll send you on your way. The Crown Prince roared. He couldn't wait any longer. The Crown Prince was keenly aware that the reserves of the imperial household were far greater than this. There was no time to lose. He had to kill the Sage Emperor first. In the next moment, the Army King, the Imperial Advisor, the bald black-robed elder, and the experts of the Bone Sword tribe and the Dragon Human tribe, a total of 5 quasi-emperors, joined forces to attack the Taishu Saint Emperor. On the Great Void Sage Emperor's side, there were only 3 quasi-emperors, the 6th Prince, the green-haired black-robed elder, and the black-robed man. As for the Sage Emperor himself, he had been severely injured and barely had a tenth of his strength left. With so many quasi-emperors fighting, the scene was earth-shattering. Even though countless runes appeared on the ground and blocked the terrifying force, the entire Great Illusionary Divine Capital still shook violently as if it was about to explode. Let's retreat. In the starry skies, Lu Ming spoke. They retreated continuously, retreating far away to watch from afar. Kong Shishue and a few others also retreated far away, not far from Lu Ming and the others. Boom! The Great Illusionary Divine Capital shook. Terrifying divine light burst out, rushing into the depths of the starry skies. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the end, the Crown Prince's side had the absolute upper hand. They had 5 quasi-emperors, while the Taishu Saint Emperor only had 3. After exchanging more than 10 blows, the 6th prince and the other 2 were forced to retreat. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared as he unleashed his remaining strength. The divine power in his body burned like flames. After exchanging a blow with the imperial advisor, he was still severely injured. As he retreated, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries had worsened. At this moment, the 6th prince and the green-haired black-robed elder looked at each other and nodded silently. Then, they suddenly retreated and rushed into the starry skies. They had actually escaped without a fight. Traitor! The Taishu Saint Emperor roared in despair. The Crown Prince and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not pursue. Killing the Sage Emperor was the most important thing now. Old man, you have been betrayed. Die. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince laughed maniacally as the imperial advisor and the others charged towards the Taishu Saint Emperor. While the Crown Prince and the Sage Emperor were fighting, the people from the Heavenly King residence and the Marquis residence had already seized the opportunity to retreat and disappear from the Taishu Saint capital. It was too dangerous to stay. No matter if the Crown Prince or the Imperial Advisor won, who knew if they would attack them? If they did not leave now, when would they leave? Your Majesty, I will advance and retreat with you. The black-robed man was very loyal. He stood in front of the Sage Emperor, but he was only one person. The result was already decided. Boom! The Imperial Advisor's punch blew a large hole in his chest. Then, the Army King's spear pierced through the void and pierced through his heart. In the next instant, the Bone Sword Race's bone sword sliced through the air and beheaded the black-robed man. A quasi-emperor had fallen. Only the Taishu Saint Emperor was left. You bastard! How dare you! You will die a horrible death. The Taishu Saint Emperor stared at the Crown Prince like a madman. The one who will die a horrible death is you. Old man, you have already lived for 10 stellar years. What else do you want? Can't you just peacefully wait for your death? Do I have to take this step? You forced me to do this. The Crown Prince's face was ferocious. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. Kill. Finally, the Crown Prince gave the order. The Imperial Advisor and the others stepped forward. 5 attacks were launched at the Sage Emperor. Even if the Taishu Saint Emperor was at his peak, he would only die under the attacks of 5 quasi-emperors, let alone now. The Taishu Saint Emperor roared unwillingly. Under the 5 attacks, the Taishu Saint Emperor turned into ashes. A Sage Emperor of a generation had fallen in the hands of his own son. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince laughed loudly after killing the Taishu Saint Emperor. From now on, the Taishu dynasty was his. Wait. In the next instant, the Crown Prince calmed down and looked at a place. Because there was still someone there who had not left. The second prince. At this time, the second prince had not left. He sat there with a smile, as if he did not know what had happened. Second brother, you actually did not take the opportunity to slip away. It seems like you also want to die. The Crown Prince sneered and revealed a look of ecstasy. Originally, after killing the Taishu Saint Emperor, the second prince was a big problem for him. He did not expect the second prince to still be here. Moreover, there was no expert by his side. Crown Prince, be careful. I will go test him. The Imperial Advisor said. His body moved, and he rushed toward the second prince. Then, he grabbed at the second prince. Without any suspense, the Imperial Advisor grabbed the second prince's neck. The second prince did not retaliate. No, this is not the second prince. This is a fake. The Imperial Advisor shouted. Suddenly, with a boom, a dazzling divine light shot out from the second prince's body and then exploded. A terrifying force bombarded the Imperial Advisor's body. The Imperial Advisor was forced to retreat. Chapter 35-38. Second prince suddenly exploded. A terrifying power engulfed the Imperial Preceptor. This power was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th-level Divine Lord existence might be blown to death if they were careless. The destructive force engulfed the Grand Master. The Grand Master's face changed, and he immediately set up layers of defense. The Grand Master was pushed back a few hundred meters. Although he managed to block the attack, he was in a sorry state with many injuries on his body. The second prince had been reduced to ashes. Good job, second brother. So the real person isn't here at all. You set up this trap to kill me? The Crown Prince's eyes were cold. Obviously, the second prince wasn't here at all. The second prince from before was a fake. He was a puppet with a terrifying force in his body. If the Crown Prince was the one who attacked just now, he would be in danger. Lu Ming and the group, who were a distance away, saw everything clearly. Let's go, Lu Ming said. He led Tian, Giant Bear, Holy Thousand Heavenly King, and the rest out of the place. Kong Shishue and the rest also left. The Crown Prince looked at the starry sky and didn't give chase. Firstly, Lu Ming and the rest were far enough away that the Crown Prince might not be able to catch up. Secondly, even if they caught up, Lu Ming and the rest were very powerful. If they fought with all their might, the Crown Prince might suffer some losses. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation and control the Taishu's sacred capital. Moreover, the second prince wasn't here, which was a big problem for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince led his men into the depths of the palace. Lu Ming and the rest soon left the Taishu's sacred capital and appeared in the starry sky. Old Heavenly King, thank you for helping us again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked Holy Thousand Heavenly King. I just happened to arrive. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Sigh. Holy Thousand Heavenly King sighed. It seems like the Taishu dynasty is going to change completely. From what the Crown Prince said, it seems like the Saint Emperor found the twin stones and wanted to live a second life. That's why the Crown Prince took the opportunity to rebel. However, the second prince isn't here and he set up a trap. Obviously, he expected this. Everything is very complicated. Blue Merchant said. The second prince may look gentle on the surface, but he's actually very scheming. Everything that happened today must have something to do with the second prince. Otherwise, how could he have predicted it in advance? I'm afraid that the Taishu dynasty is going to fall into chaos soon. Then, the old Heavenly King looked at Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Let's return to the Heavenly Chaos Star Zone and observe the situation. Lu Ming said. Originally, Jing Yu's case had been completely overturned. Jing Yu's innocence had been cleared, and he could have left. However, there was still no news of his parents, so he couldn't leave. He had to find his parents. All right. We'll return to the Thousand Saints Heavenly King's residence first to gather our men to deal with the upcoming changes. Lu Ming, if you need anything, send someone to contact us at any time. The Holy Thousandth Elder said. Thank you, Old Heavenly King. Lu Ming thanked him again. The Old Heavenly King's words clearly indicated that he was on his side. After that, Lu Ming parted ways with the Holy Thousandth Elder and the rest. He brought Tian and the rest back to the Heavenly Chaos Star Zone. On a barren planet south of the Taishu Holy Capital, a few figures stood quietly. The person leading them was the second prince of the Taishu Holy Emperor. Behind him were 3 people. 2 of them were dressed in black robes. They looked exactly the same as the bald old man in the black robe and the green-haired old man in the black robe. At that moment, ripples appeared in the void. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were the 6th Wang Ye and the green-haired old man in the black robe. The 2 figures flashed and appeared in front of the second prince. They cupped their fists at the same time. Second prince. 6th uncle, Senior Gu, you may rise. How's the situation? The second prince asked hurriedly. Of course, he was asking about the Taishu Holy Capital. As you expected, the Crown Prince has made his move. The Holy Emperor has been killed, but the Crown Prince is still alive. The 6th Wang Ye said. As expected, that's enough. Shocking murderous intent flashed in the second prince's eyes. However, there are some changes in the process. It's about Lu Ming, the sixth Wang Ye said. The sixth Wang Ye said. Lu Ming? The second prince looked puzzled. That's right. Immediately, the sixth prince briefly recounted what had happened. I can't believe that Lu Ming is Jing Yu's successor. Moreover, he has so many experts with him. Interesting, interesting. Ha ha ha, the heavens are on my side. The second prince laughed loudly. He was not angry when he learned that Lu Ming had so many experts with him. Instead, he was delighted. Returned to the St. Origin starfield and announced to the world that the crown prince has committed treason and killed his father. The heavens will not tolerate this. I want to suppress him and get rid of this treacherous person. The second prince said coldly. Then, in a flash, they left the place. After Lu Ming, Giant Bear, Yi Tian, and the others returned to the Heavenly Chaos starfield, they began to send people to pay close attention to the Taishu dynasty. At the same time, he asked Yi Tian to return to the barbarian tribe and mobilize their experts to support him. Meanwhile, Lu Ming stayed on the hidden dragon star and paid close attention to the Taishu dynasty's movements. Not long after, news came in one after another. The crown prince had occupied the Taishu's sacred capital. With the Taishu's sacred capital as the core, he occupied a large territory. The second prince announced to the world in the St. Origin starfield that the crown prince's crimes had been exposed. At the same time, he called on all the people of the Taishu dynasty to suppress the crown prince. For a time, the Taishu dynasty was in a state of turmoil. Everyone knew that the Taishu dynasty would soon usher in an earth-shattering war. The second prince and the crown prince would fight for the throne of the sacred emperor. The winner would become the new sacred emperor, while the loser would be killed. Therefore, all the clans were making careful choices. This was a huge gamble. Those who lost would face serious consequences. Of course, there were some who wanted to remain neutral and stay out of it, but they were only a minority. The major clans began to make their choices. Some joined the crown prince's side, while others joined the second prince's. For example, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Palace, the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Palace, and the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Palace, which were closer to the St. Origin starfield, all joined the second prince's side. The Thousand Saints Heavenly King Palace chose to remain neutral. Lu Ming also chose to remain neutral and wait to see what would happen. However, there were obviously some who did not want Lu Ming to remain neutral. On this day, there was news that the second prince had come to visit. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The second prince had come to visit him in person? Yes. Lu Ming said. On the hidden dragon star, in a large hall, the second prince walked in with 3 people. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 2 of them were the sixth king and the green-haired old man in a black robe. This second prince is not simple at all. Lu Ming thought. The sixth king and the green-haired old man in a black robe had fled without a fight. Now, it seemed that they had done it on purpose. They did not want to fight seriously at all. They were just putting on a show. Chapter 35-39. What brings you here today, second prince? Lu Ming asked, even though he already knew the answer. He knew that the second prince must have found him because of his strength and wanted him to join the second prince's camp. Lu Ming, your strength has exceeded my expectations. The second prince smiled. You flatter me, second prince. Tell me why you're here. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll get straight to the point. I believe you already know about the situation in the Taishu dynasty. I want to fight against the crown prince and I need your help. The second prince went straight to the point. This is a problem between you and the crown prince. Please forgive me, Lu Ming, for not being able to interfere. Lu Ming refused immediately. Of course, he refused. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in this kind of thing. The second prince's expression didn't change at all when Lu Ming refused. He had a smile on his face as if he knew that Lu Ming would reject him. Lu Ming, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Why don't you take a look at this first? The second prince smiled faintly and took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman glowed and an image appeared in the air. In the image, there was a courtyard. 2 figures were sitting at a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. They seemed to be talking about something with a frown on their faces. Lu Ming's heart trembled wildly. This was because these 2 figures were his parents. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Boom! Lu Ming's body emitted a violent aura and shocking killing intent. Beside him, Zhu Xiong and the others also emitted a shocking aura. So you're the one who tricked my parents? Lu Ming said coldly. He stared at the second prince with an icy gaze. Tricked? I only invited them to my residence as guests. Look, they're living well. I didn't mistreat them. The second prince looked calm and wasn't afraid at all. Although he knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, he wasn't afraid at all. Not only because he had 3 quasi-emperors with him, but also because Lu Ming's parents were in his hands. Lu Ming didn't dare to touch him. Of course, what the second prince did not know was that there was only one quasi-emperor beside Lu Ming. If my parents lose a single hair, I won't let you off. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. He really did not expect that it was the second prince who had tricked his parents away. He had always thought that it was the crown prince. He had even suspected other forces that had a grudge against him, such as the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion or the Lan family. He had never expected it to be the second prince. Previously, the second prince had spoken up for him several times. Now, it seemed that the second prince's schemes were so deep that it made one's hair stand on end. Clearly, Cui Wei was one of the second prince's people. When he first entered the Void Academy, the second prince sent Cui Wei to approach him. They had already started planning for it. As long as you cooperate with me, your parents will be fine. The second prince smiled. All right, I'll cooperate with you. Let my parents go. Lu Ming said coldly. If I release your parents now, what if you go back on your word? Let's wait until the crown prince is dead. The second prince still maintained his smile. Lu Ming's face was unusually cold. However, since his parents were in the hands of the second prince, he could only agree. In 3 months, I will launch an attack on the Great Illusionary Saint Capital. During this time, you can mobilize your forces. The second prince continued. After speaking, he stood up and walked out. After a few steps, he stopped and looked at Lu Ming. Actually, I originally wanted Cui Wei to take your parents away because I thought that you had amazing talent and might be useful in the future. I never expected that you would have so many experts by your side. Don't you think that even the heavens are helping me? Ha ha ha. After speaking, the second prince laughed and left. Scratch. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he could only agree to the second prince's request. After rescuing his parents, he would settle the score seriously. It's time for the undying demon to strike. Lu Ming muttered. Immediately, Lu Ming sent a message to Yi Tian, asking him to prepare the experts of the barbarian tribe. After that, Lu Ming went to the secret place of the Saint Demon Imperial Court. When he arrived at the secret place of the Saint Demon Imperial Court, he saw the Undying Demon King. What was your cultivation at your peak? Lu Ming asked the Undying Demon King. Do you still need to ask? I can survive from the Saint Demon Imperial Court until now. Do you think that a divine emperor can do the same? The Undying Demon King looked at Lu Ming with disdain. However, deep in his eyes, there was a deep shock. It had not been long since they last met, but Lu Ming had reached the peak of the Divine King realm. Moreover, the energy in his body was shocking and could explode with terrifying power. Genius, an extremely terrifying genius. When he was young, he was not as powerful as Lu Ming. You're a divine emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If the Undying Demon King was a divine emperor, there was no need to fight him. He could just kill the crown prince and the second prince. Ahem, I used to be a divine emperor. However, I was severely injured and sealed for so many years. My vitality was greatly damaged. Although I've recovered a little, I'm only a boundary emperor. The undying demon king smiled awkwardly. Boundary emperor? Lu Ming was stunned. Boy, don't underestimate me. Although I've only recovered to a boundary emperor, ordinary boundary emperors are nothing in front of me. The undying demon king said proudly. There were other divine emperors in the Saint Demon Imperial Court? Lu Ming asked curiously. Yes, the Saint Demon Imperial Court was very powerful. It was a true universe-level force. Today's barbarian tribe and Tianyi sacred dynasty were actually split from the Saint Demon Imperial Court. However, the divine emperor of the Saint Demon Imperial Court was killed by me before he could seal me. However, I was severely injured by him. Otherwise, do you think those people could seal me? The undying demon king sneered. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Saint Demon Imperial Court was indeed powerful in its heyday. There was more than one divine emperor. Today's barbarian tribe, Tianyi sacred dynasty, and Taishu dynasty all belonged to the Saint Demon Imperial Court. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming asked the undying demon king to gather all the experts of the Saint Demon Imperial Court and go out with him. The undying demon king was set up by the demon sealing array by the bone demon. Even if he was a divine emperor, it was useless. He could only obey. This made Lu Ming even more curious about the origin of the bone demon. According to the bone demon, Jing Yu had adventured in an ancient ruin and obtained the battle character secret art and the universe myriad Dao art. Of course, the bone demon was also included. However, when Lu Ming asked about the origin of the bone demon kept silent. He said that Lu Ming's cultivation was too low and it was better for him not to know. However, the bone demon's endless means made Lu Ming very curious. He speculated that the origin of the bone demon must be amazing. Soon after, the undying demon king gathered all the experts of the Saint Demon Imperial Court. Even many old monsters who were in seclusion were pulled up by him. To Lu Ming's surprise, the Saint Demon Imperial Court had 2 quasi-emperors in addition to the undying demon king. No wonder the Saint Demon Imperial Court dared to trouble the Taishu dynasty. They were not weak. Chapter 35-40. The stronger the Saint Devil dynasty was, the happier Lu Ming would be. Anyway, if he controlled the undying demon, it meant that he controlled the Saint Devil dynasty. If the people of the Saint Devil dynasty obeyed the undying demon, it meant that they obeyed Lu Ming. Although the people of the Saint Devil dynasty were curious why the undying demon obeyed Lu Ming, they did not dare to ask. This time, after the battle, when we win, I will carve out a territory for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. You don't have to hide here anymore. This was Lu Ming's promise to the Saint Devil dynasty. The people of the Saint Devil dynasty were looking forward to it. It had been 2 months since Lu Ming brought the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to the Hidden Dragon Star. Tian had already sent news that the barbarian army had set off through the wormhole. They would rush to the Taishu dynasty at the fastest speed. At this time, an uninvited guest came to visit Lu Ming. It was the imperial concubine, Kong Shishue. Lu Ming did not blame the imperial concubine. He only sympathized with her. Although Jing Yu was indirectly killed by the imperial concubine, Kong Shishue was the victim from the beginning to the end. Senior Kong, why are you looking for me? Lu Ming asked. Kong Shishue was Jing Yu's generation. Lu Ming should address her as senior. Lu Ming, given the current situation, what are your plans? If you need my help, I will do my best. Kong Shishue asked. Thank you, Senior Kong, but I have agreed to join forces with the second prince. Lu Ming said without hiding anything. Join forces with the second prince? Kong Shishue's face changed. She said, the second prince is very scheming. He has been hiding for many years. If you join forces with him and defeat the crown prince, I am afraid he will not let you go. I have no choice. My parents are in his hands. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Your parents are in the hands of the second prince? Kong Shishua frowned. She pondered for a while and said, I might be able to help you save your parents. What? Really? Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes shining. I haven't been the Sage Emperor's concubine all these years for nothing. Not only have I secretly moved my family away, I've also planted people around the Sage Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the others. I can mobilize them at any time. Right now, the Second Prince's attention is completely focused on the Crown Prince. When the battle with the Crown Prince begins, all the experts will be transferred away. At that time, my men will be able to rescue your parents. Kong Shishua said. Good, good. Then I'll leave Lu Ming to Senior Qian. Lu Ming cupped his fists deeply. You're welcome. You're Jing Yu's successor, and I owe Jing Yu too much. Kong Shishua sighed. There was a complicated look in her eyes, as if she was reminiscing about the past. After a while, Kong Shishua said, I'll go back and make arrangements. You pretend to cooperate with the Second Prince first. Once I rescue your parents, I'll send you a message. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. After a short discussion, Kong Shishua left. Lan Shu, the Netherworld Mountain is sealed in the small world. How do we unlock the seal and bring it out? After Kong Shishua left, Lu Ming asked Blue Merchant. Now that the truth of Jing Yu's case had come to light, it was time to release the Netherworld Mountain. Back then, it was a quasi-emperor who sealed the Netherworld Mountain. Therefore, to break the seal of the Netherworld Mountain, one must be at least at the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, the Netherworld Mountain is in the spirit space. Once its energy leaks, the spirit space will be easily destroyed. Therefore, to successfully bring the Netherworld Mountain out, I'm afraid that one must be stronger than a quasi-emperor. Blue Merchant said. Back then, the Taishu Saint Emperor was really ruthless. He had to find someone stronger than a quasi-emperor to bring the Netherworld Mountain out. Where could he find such a person in the Taishu dynasty? However, there was a candidate now, and that was the Immortal Demon. The Immortal Demon was a divine emperor at his peak, but now he had fallen to a quasi-emperor. Could he do it? Immediately, Lu Ming called the Immortal Demon over and told him about it. Don't worry, leave it to me. Although I've fallen to the quasi-emperor realm, I still have my comprehension and control. I'm not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor. This is a piece of cake. The Immortal Demon was very confident. Okay, let's go. Lu Ming said. Immediately, they went to the chaotic galaxy and the primordial realm of the heaven realm. With an existence like the Immortal Demon leading them, their speed was too fast. They crossed the starry sky at an astonishing speed. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. Demon King, you have to be careful. Don't destroy the spirit space. Lu Ming warned seriously. With the Immortal Demon's realm, a strand of energy from a random pore could crush the primordial realm of the heaven realm and destroy the spirit space. The primordial realm of the heaven realm was the place where Lu Ming was born. It was Lu Ming's hometown. He didn't want it to be destroyed. Don't worry, I have perfect control of my own power. I won't leak any energy. In fact, not to mention a divine emperor, even a quasi-emperor can freely enter and exit all the spirit space. The Immortal Demon said. When one reached the quasi-emperor realm, one could perfectly control their own power. They could restrain all their power and enter the spirit space like an ordinary person. It would not cause any harm to the spirit space. Of course, if he went berserk, he might be able to destroy a spirit space with a single breath. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming nodded. Wait here. The Immortal Demon King said. His figure flashed and directly rushed into the primordial realm of the heaven realm. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant waited. The two of them didn't have to wait for too long. It was only a few minutes before the Immortal Demon King's figure flashed and reappeared. In his hand, he was holding a small mountain. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw it. It was the Netherworld Mountain. Let's go to the starry sky. Lu Ming said. They came to the starry sky. The immortal demon king waved his hand, and the netherworld mountain flew out. Then, it rapidly expanded. In the end, it turned into a huge mountain that floated in the starry sky. Of course, the netherworld mountain was not particularly big. It was only equivalent to a spirit space. It was far smaller than a planet in the primitive universe. There were also countless countries and cultivators living on the netherworld mountain. At this moment, countless cultivators on the netherworld mountain looked at the sky in shock. They felt that the sky had changed, as if the heavens and the earth had been changed. Then, an unbelievably rich divine chi surged into every corner of the netherworld mountain. The people of the netherworld mountain were about to go crazy. Oh my God, divine chi. It's all divine chi. Such rich divine chi. Compared to the divine chi in the past, it's like heaven and earth. I feel like I'm about to break through. With this divine chi, I can even break through to the realm of the gods. Shocked roars came from all over the netherworld mountain. In the depths of the netherworld mountain, on the netherworld island, a figure flashed and appeared above the island. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. He was White Fang. Chapter 35-41. Divine Chi. Also, the laws of heaven and earth have changed. This is the primitive universe. Lu Ming has succeeded. Baya muttered as his body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect Lu Ming to succeed so quickly. Outside Yellow Spring Mountain. Demon King, release the seal. Lu Ming said. Leave it to me. Undying Demon King nodded and waved his hands. Streams of Demon Dao divine power turned into runes and flew into Yellow Spring Mountain. Immediately, Yellow Spring Mountain was filled with light, forming a layer of resistance. This was the seal above. However, this seal had been set up for many years. With Undying Demon King's help, it did not resist for long before it was broken. Boom! 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 The moment the seal was broken, some terrifying auras burst out from the depths of Yellow Spring Mountain. Powerful auras soared into the sky and rushed into the vast starry sky. These are 9th level and 8th level divine lords. Lu Ming was shocked. With his current vision, he could naturally sense the specific realm of these auras. 1 9th level divine lord, 3 8th level divine lords, and 6 7th level divine lords. In addition, there were quite a number of 7th level divine lords. This was an absolutely terrifying force. Lu Ming did not expect that there was such a terrifying force sealed in the depths of Yellow Spring Island. Back then, he did not sense it at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, beams of divine light flew out from Yellow Spring Mountain. The divine light converged and figures appeared. Baya. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that the person in the lead was really Baya. The 9th level divine lord was also Baya. Behind Baya was a lava giant and a snake man. Lu Ming knew all of them. Back when he entered Netherworld Island, he passed a few rounds consecutively. They were the ones who guarded the rounds. However, back then, the cultivation of the lava giant and the snake man were below the divine realm. But now, they had reached the 8th level divine lord. Lu Ming. Baya saw Lu Ming at a glance and revealed a look of joy. Then, their eyes fell on Blue Merchant. Master Lan. Baya, Naga, and the others were overjoyed. They quickly cupped their fists at Blue Merchant. White Fang, we finally meet after so many years. Blue Merchant was also full of smiles. White Fang. Lu Ming also went over to say hello. Young master, did you succeed? White Fang asked in anticipation. Success. Lu Ming nodded. The smiles on the faces of White Fang and the others became even brighter. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. Now that they heard that they had succeeded, it was hard for them to hide their excitement. After a long while, they finally calmed down. Young master, you are indeed worthy of being the successor of the prince. It has only been a few years, but your cultivation has already reached the peak Divine King realm. This is beyond our expectations. White Fang sighed. Don't talk about my cultivation. What's up with your cultivation? When I saw you back then, you didn't have such a cultivation base. Lu Ming asked curiously. Young master, the ones you saw back then were not our true bodies. They were just clones formed by a wisp of divine power. Our true bodies were sealed in the depths of Yellow Spring Island and couldn't come out at all. White Fang explained. White Fang was one of the 3 great generals under Jingyu back then. He was a 9th-level divine lord. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder White Fang had such a cultivation base. Moreover, his cultivation base back then was too low. Compared to White Fang and the others, it was a world of difference. Therefore, he felt that the lava giant, Naga, and the others were just divine transformation realm experts with a wisp of divine power. He couldn't tell the difference at all. Young master, Teacher Lan, what happened back then? Who was the one who framed His Highness? White Fang asked. Immediately, Lan Shang briefly explained the details of what had happened. After White Fang and the others heard it, they were dumbfounded. They never thought that the mastermind behind all this was the Taishu Sage Emperor. Next, there might be a final battle. I will need your help. Lu Ming said. We'll do anything. White Fang and the others looked determined. Lu Ming, come with me. The prince left something for you in Yellow Spring Mountain. Then, White Fang said. Something? Lu Ming was curious. Then, he flew into the depths of Yellow Spring Mountain with White Fang. In a stone cave, a round ball was suspended. This round ball looked like countless petals stacked together. At this moment, White Fang waved his hand and the petals on the round ball opened up, revealing a drop of blood inside. Yes, it was a drop of blood. Back then, when the prince was heavily injured, he knew that he was going to die, so he secretly sealed his remaining power into a drop of blood and let me bring it out. This drop of blood is for you. Once you use it, you can stimulate the power left behind by the prince, allowing you to erupt with great power. However, this drop of blood can only be used once. After that, it will completely dissipate. White Fang explained. Prince Jingyu's last power? Perhaps it can be used for the final battle. Lu Ming sighed softly and kept the round ball. At this moment, the Taishu dynasty was in turmoil and was divided into 2 large camps. Countless powerful people gathered in the Taishu holy capital and formed a huge army. The second prince also gathered a huge army and set off for the Taishu holy capital. At the same time, Lu Ming also led his people and set off for the Taishu holy capital. The great illusionary saint capital was an ancient city that floated in space. At this moment, the entire Taishu holy capital was extremely bright, like a sun. This was because countless runes appeared on the walls of the Taishu holy capital. These runes formed a large formation that enveloped the Taishu holy capital. On the main city wall of the Taishu holy capital, the crown prince stood above and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. Behind him were the Jun Wang, the imperial advisor, the quasi-emperors of the Bone Sword tribe, the quasi-emperors of the Dragon Human tribe, the bald, black-robed youth, and the commander-in-chief of the annihilating 13 barbarian armies. This person was also a quasi-emperor and his status was not lower than the Jun Wang. There were a total of 6 quasi-emperors lined up in a row. Behind them were other powerful people, such as the heavenly kings of the heavenly king palaces and the family heads of the Taishu holy capital families, such as the Lan family head. These people were all powerful people and their cultivation was above the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. They were also looking into the distant sky. In the starry sky, there were countless battleships. This was the army that the second prince had gathered. On the right side of the army, there was another army. This army belonged to Lu Ming. He had brought all the powerful people under him. In addition, there were also powerful people from the Heavenly King Palace who had joined Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming had 5 quasi-emperors on his side, including the Heavenly King Qian Sheng. Of course, the immortal demon king was not an ordinary quasi-emperor. However, when Holy Heavenly King saw Undying Demon King and the rest, he was really shocked. After Lu Ming's explanation, he finally understood what was going on. However, he was also extremely shocked. Lu Ming had even subdued the powerful people of the Saint Demon's imperial court. He knew that he had underestimated Lu Ming. Jinglin, you killed the emperor and your father. You tried to usurp the throne. The heavens will not tolerate this. Today is the day you die. The second prince stood at the forefront. His voice traveled hundreds of millions of miles and reached the Taishu holy capital. Only a 7th-level Divine Lord Realm Cultivator could transmit his voice so far. Ordinary Divine Lords could not do it. Father framed Brother Jingyu. His methods are too despicable. Moreover, he went crazy and wanted to eliminate the various major palaces. I had no choice but to follow the wishes of the people. Now that father has passed away, I am the crown prince. I should be the new sacred emperor. Second brother, you sent people to attack me. Now you have committed treason. The crown prince's voice was also heard. Although everyone knew what they had done, they still had to make it clear that they were not in the wrong. You murdered father. Do you think you are fit to be the new sacred emperor? Today, I will suppress you on behalf of father. Attack. The second prince's voice was heard. Then, his body flashed and he returned to a warship. Chapter 35-42. Rumble. Huge battleships started to move, giving off a bright light. Countless runes appeared on the battleships. Then, huge beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. The power of these light beams was extremely terrifying. Every one of them could destroy a planet. In an instant, at least 1,000 beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. At the same time, Lu Ming's battleship started to move as well. Similarly, beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. Boom! 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 More than 1,000 beams of light hit the light shield outside the Great Void Sage capital, causing the light shield to shake violently. However, this was formed by the Great Void Sage capital's array. The Great Void Sage capital had been around for so many years, constantly perfecting the array. The power of the defensive array had also reached a shocking level. These beams of light could destroy 1,000 planets in an instant, but they couldn't break through the Great Void Sage capital's array. Continue to attack. The second prince continued to give orders. The battleships continued to attack. Terrifying beams of light shot towards the Great Void Sage capital. The light shield outside the Great Void Sage capital shook violently, blocking all the beams of light. However, although the light shield blocked all the beams of light, the light shield's brightness was slowly dimming. Although the process was slow, it was indeed dimming. If this continued, the defensive array of the Great Void Sage capital would be broken sooner or later. In the middle of Lu Ming's battleship, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Giant Bear, Undying Demon King, White Fang, and the rest all looked coldly at the crystal screen in front of the battleship. Just like that, the bombardment continued for a full day. Senior Kong, is there still no news? Lu Ming asked Kong Shishue, who was standing beside him. This time, Kong Shishue had brought a group of experts to meet up with Lu Ming. She planned to participate in the final battle. At the same time, her subordinates had already started to rescue Lu Ming's parents. As long as they succeeded, she would receive news. Not yet. They have already started. This time, the second prince has brought all the experts with him. There shouldn't be any problems. Kong Shishue said. Lu Ming nodded and waited patiently. The bombardment continued, and the light of the Great Void Holy Capital's defensive array grew dimmer and dimmer. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this point, the light of the Great Illusionary Divine Capital's defensive formation was already very dim. No matter how strong the formation was, under such continuous attacks, its power would be slowly depleted. However, with so many battleships constantly attacking, the consumption of energy was also very shocking. After a few days, the second prince and Lu Ming had almost used up all of their divine crystals. Attack! Break their formation! The second prince's voice was heard. Then, numerous figures flew out of the battleships. The second prince personally led his subordinates and charged towards the great illusionary divine capital. Let's make a move too, Lu Ming said. He also brought the undying demon king and the others out of the battleship and flew towards the Taishu holy capital. Attack! The second prince's voice was heard. Immediately, countless attacks covered the sky and charged towards the great illusionary divine capital. Among them, the attacks of the quasi-emperors were earth-shattering. They were so powerful that they covered the entire great illusionary divine capital, as if they were going to blow it up. Of course, Lu Ming only allowed the giant bear and holy thousand heavenly king to attack. The undying demon king, the two quasi-emperors of the Saint Devil Empire, and the other experts did not attack. It was not time for them to attack yet. They would hide their strength first. With so many experts attacking, the great illusionary divine capital's defensive array shook violently and shook even more violently. Get ready. Once the array is broken, charge out and kill all the rebels. The crown prince's voice was heard in the great illusionary divine capital. The great illusionary divine capital's defensive array was already about to be broken. Now that so many experts were attacking, the great illusionary divine capital's defensive array was even more vulnerable. In just a moment. Crack! Crack! A crack appeared on the defensive array. Then, more and more cracks appeared and covered the entire defensive array. Get ready! The crown prince shouted. Bam! In the next moment, the defensive array exploded and dissipated into energy. Kill! Once the defensive array was broken, the crown prince's army rushed out and collided with the second prince's army and Lu Ming's army. An intense battle ensued. Kings against kings, soldiers against soldiers. The quasi-emperors from both sides fought fiercely. There were 6 quasi-emperors on the crown prince's side. On the other hand, there were only 5 quasi-emperors on the second prince's side. However, with the addition of Holy Thousand Heavenly King and the Giant Bear, Lu Ming's side had one more quasi-emperor and they had the upper hand. The 9th and 8th level divine lords who were below the quasi-emperors were also engaged in an intense battle. With so many experts fighting fiercely, the scene was terrifying. The force of the storm seemed to be able to destroy an entire galaxy. The storm swept across and the planets around the great illusionary divine capital exploded one after another. However, the living beings on these planets had already been moved to the great illusionary divine capital and there were not many casualties. Lu Ming, there's news. Your parents have been rescued and moved to a safe place. At this moment, Kong Shishua transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. They've been rescued. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Kong Shishua said. Alright, thank you. Lu Ming took a deep breath and then suddenly shouted, retreat. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the people he led slowly retreated. They stopped attacking and went into a defensive position. Lu Ming, what are you doing? The second prince shouted when he saw Lu Ming retreating. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm and he could not be bothered with the second prince. Bastard, do you not care about your parents' lives? If you want them to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The second prince hollered. His voice was transmitted to Lu Ming's ears through voice transmission. However, Lu Ming ignored him and led his people to retreat from the battlefield. Seeing this, the crown prince was overjoyed and ordered, ignore Lu Ming and the rest. The crown prince's subordinates stopped pursuing Lu Ming and the rest and turned their attention to the second prince. Originally, with Lu Ming and the rest, the crown prince's side was already at a disadvantage. However, with Lu Ming's departure, the crown prince's strength increased. In an instant, the crown prince's side had turned from defeat to victory. The battle was too intense. There were continuous screams and blood splattered across the starry sky. Every moment, there were people dying. Divine kings and even divine lords were being hunted down. Boom! A quasi-emperor on the second prince's side was surrounded by two quasi-emperors from the crown prince's side. He could not hold on and retreated while coughing up blood. "Second brother, today will be the day you die." The crown prince's eyes were cold as he said coldly. He did not know why Lu Ming had helped the second prince at the beginning and then suddenly retreated. However, he did not care about that. He only wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate the second prince. As long as the second prince was eliminated, Lu Ming would not be a concern. After all, Lu Ming only had 2 or 3 quasi-emperors. That was what the crown prince thought. Chapter 35-43. Jinglin, do you really think you can defeat me? What a joke. The second prince sneered. At this moment, he had calmed down. His face was ferocious. A voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand and he sent out a message. In the next instant, a bright light shone in the north of the great void holy capital. The void there trembled continuously and rippled like water. Then, one figure after another appeared. Sir Gods. All of them were Sir Gods. This was because they were sent from afar through the teleportation formation. Only Sir Gods could do this. Their numbers added up to a shocking 5,000. 5,000 Sir Gods. This was a terrifying force. For example, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion only had about 100 Sir Gods. Of course, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion was the weakest among the 27 Heavenly King Mansions. The strongest Heavenly King Mansions had more than 1,000 Sir Gods. There were at least tens of thousands of Sir Gods in the Taishu dynasty. However, these 5,000 Sir Gods had shocking auras. Every one of them was an expert. Some of the leaders had earth-shattering auras. They were all boundary emperors. Tianyi Holy Emperor. The crown prince shouted in shock. These people were all experts from the Tianyi Holy dynasty. Even Tianyi Holy Emperor had come personally. Huh, it's so lively. Let's join in the fun. Tianyi Holy Emperor laughed. He led his experts and rushed towards the crown prince. They formed an encirclement with the second prince to surround the crown prince. The crown prince was shocked. He shouted, "Jingyuan, you have defected to the Tianyi Holy dynasty." Jingyuan was the second prince's name. What defection? We are just cooperating. Tianyi Holy Emperor, kill Jinglin. I will fulfill my promise to you. The second prince said. Don't talk to me like that. Tianyi Holy Emperor glanced at the second prince unhappily. Then, he led his men to attack the crown prince. Tianyi Holy Emperor, what did Jingyuan promise you? I can give you double. The crown prince shouted. His face was ugly. He did not expect the second prince to hook up with Tianyi Holy Emperor. This way, he was in danger. Tianyi Saint Emperor had brought a lot of experts. There were at least 6 or 7 quasi-emperor realm experts. They were too strong. Together with the second prince's men, he couldn't fight against them at all. I'm sorry, but I'm a man of my word. Since I agreed to work with Jingyuan first, I won't go back on my word. Kill. Tianyi Saint Emperor sneered. Then, he led his men to attack the crown prince from behind. All miserable shrieks rang out as the crown prince's forces were besieged. His formation was thrown into chaos, and it was impossible to say how many experts were killed. Kill. The second prince roared and took the opportunity to surround him. At the same time, the quasi-emperors of both sides were also engaged in an intense battle. However, the crown prince's side was completely at a disadvantage. He was no match for them at all. Because it was almost 2 against 1, especially Tianyi Holy Emperor, who was comparable to Taishu Holy Emperor. He was half a step into the godly emperor realm. The Tianyi Holy Emperor and another quasi-emperor surrounded a bald, black-robed old man on the crown prince's side. The bald black-robed old man was no match for him at all. All he could do was defend and not fight back. Puff. After blocking a few moves, he was hit by Taishu Holy Emperor's battle sword. With a miserable shriek, he was split into 2 halves. However, he was not dead yet. He controlled his broken body to retreat frantically, trying to escape. Tianyi sword formation. Tianyi Holy Emperor said coldly. Countless battle swords flew out of his eyes, forming a sword formation that surrounded the bald black-robed old man. Then, the sword formation rolled up, and the bald black-robed old man was reduced to ashes before he could even scream. He was completely dead. This was the first quasi-emperor to be killed. In this way, the crown prince's side was left with only 5 quasi-emperors, and he was even more at a disadvantage. In the distance, Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. This scene was also beyond their expectations. The second prince's scheming was deeper than they had imagined. It could be said that he was fully prepared. In the beginning, not only did he rely on Lu Ming's strength, but he also left a backup plan and the strength of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. The crown prince was no match for him at all. The outcome has been decided. Blue Merchant said. The crown prince's defeat was already decided. There was nothing he could do. Retreat, retreat. The crown prince roared. He wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, they were completely surrounded. The remaining 5 quasi-emperors, such as Lord Jun, the state preceptor, and the experts of the Bone Sword tribe, were surrounded by the second prince and the quasi-emperors of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. No matter how they attacked, it was useless. Not long after, the quasi-emperor of the Bone Sword tribe screamed and was killed by several quasi-emperors. Ah! The state preceptor's hair was disheveled, and his divine power was burning fiercely. He wanted to rush out. His combat strength was very strong, not weaker than the Holy Emperor. Unfortunately, it was useless in the end. Tianyi Holy Emperor had joined forces with 2 quasi-emperors to deal with the state preceptor. No matter how strong the state preceptor was, he was powerless. In the end, he was cut in half by Tianyi Holy Emperor's sword. I surrender. At this moment, Lord Jun roared. If this went on, they would all die, so he chose to surrender. I surrender too. The quasi-emperor of the dragon human race roared. They helped the crown prince because they wanted to obtain a higher status, not to die. In the face of such a situation, they directly abandoned the crown prince. I allow you to surrender. The second prince said. They were quasi-emperors. In the future, when he inherited the sacred emperor's throne, they would be useful. He did not want to kill them all. Unfortunately, Tianyi Holy Emperor did not agree. It's best to kill these people. Don't you understand that you have to remove the roots? Tianyi Holy Emperor sneered, and his attacks became even more violent. You! The second prince gritted his teeth. How could he not know what Tianyi Holy Emperor was thinking? He wanted to weaken the power of the Taishu dynasty as much as possible now. Then, in the future, the Taishu dynasty would be restrained by the Tianyi Holy Emperor. However, at this time, the second prince wanted to borrow the power of the Tianyi Holy Emperor. He had no choice but to agree and continue to attack. Lord Jun and the others were even more desperate. Second prince, you are inviting a wolf into the house by cooperating with Tianyi Holy Emperor. Lord Jun roared. However, the second prince was determined. No matter how he shouted, it was useless. Instead, Tianyi Holy Emperor targeted him. The sword formation crushed down, and Lord Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other quasi-emperors attacked. Lord Jun screamed, and his body exploded. Under the destructive power, his body and soul were destroyed. The situation was clear. It was completely one-sided. The experts on the crown prince's side were constantly killed, and the quasi-emperors fell one after another. Soon, the crown prince's 6 quasi-emperors were all killed. And those 9th level and 8th level divine lord existences also perished in large batches. It was useless even if they surrendered. Tianyi Holy Emperor was determined to take the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Taishu dynasty. The second prince could only cooperate. The crown prince's face was pale. He stood in the starry sky, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. After a while, the Crown Prince's subordinates who were above the 7th level Divine Lord realm were almost all killed. Only then did Tianyi Holy Emperor allow the Crown Prince's subordinates to surrender. This was because those below the 7th level Divine Lord realm could not change the overall situation. Chapter 35-44. In the end, the Crown Prince was surrounded by countless people, leaving him all alone. Jinglin, it's over for you. Kill yourself. The second prince said coldly. Jingyuan, fight me to the death if you have the ability. The Crown Prince roared. His eyes were red as he stared at the second prince. He found it hard to accept that he had been defeated. He had sacrificed so much, but in the end, the second prince had taken advantage of him. He couldn't accept it. Fight to the death? I don't think it's necessary. If you don't kill yourself, I'll have to get someone to do it. Sixth uncle, I'll leave him to you. The second prince said to the sixth prince. All right. The sixth prince stepped out and a violent aura pressed down on the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was a 9th level Divine Lord. He was very strong, but compared to a Boundary Emperor, there was still a huge gap. Jingyuan, don't think about it. You won't succeed. I curse you to die a horrible death. The Crown Prince roared crazily and then rushed to the back. I'll die a horrible death? Huh, then I'll let you see how I become a sage emperor. Sixth uncle, don't kill him. Destroy his star core. I want him to watch helplessly. The second prince shouted. Boom. The sixth prince made his move. His palm covered the sky and blocked the Crown Prince's escape route. The Crown Prince roared and tried his best to resist. But it was useless. There was a huge gap between a 9th level Divine Lord and a Boundary Emperor. After a few moves, the Crown Prince coughed out blood. Then, the sixth prince's fist landed on his dantian. The Crown Prince let out a roar of rage and despair. Cracking sounds could be heard from his dantian. Then, a powerful wave of energy surged out. His star core was destroyed and he was now a cripple. An ordinary person's soul wasn't as strong as Blue Merchant's. With his star core destroyed, he had lost all his divine energy. He couldn't use most of his techniques, not even his secret physique technique. Secret physique techniques required divine energy to activate. At most, he could only rely on the strength of his divine body. The Crown Prince probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary divine king. He was completely crippled. The Crown Prince fell to the ground in despair. The second prince ordered people to bring him chains and lock him up. Then, the second prince looked in the direction of Lu Ming and the others, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Holy Emperor Tianyi, can you do me another favor and eliminate that group of people? The second prince said to Tianyi Saint Emperor. Of course. Tianyi Saint Emperor smiled. If he could weaken the strength of the Taishu dynasty, why not? If he could weaken the Taishu dynasty to a certain extent, he might be able to destroy the Taishu dynasty in one fell swoop. Swish. Swish. The second prince and the others moved and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. They formed a fan shape and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you didn't expect this, did you? Before the second prince's men arrived, his voice came from afar, full of pride. He thought he had guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. He thought that Lu Ming had retreated just now because he wanted to let him and the Crown Prince fight. Both sides would be injured and Lu Ming would be able to take advantage of the situation. Then, when he saw Tianyi Saint Emperor's men appear and eliminate the Crown Prince in one fell swoop, Lu Ming was probably scared out of his wits. That was why Lu Ming did not escape. Because Lu Ming knew that he could not escape. The second prince thought that he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming's face was calm. He stood there and watched as the second prince and the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty slowly approached. They formed a fan shape and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. The second prince did not attack immediately. He looked at Lu Ming and the others calmly. Kong Shishua, I didn't expect you to be here. Now, come over. Come to my side, and I can spare your life. The second prince's gaze fell on Kong Shishua. His eyes were burning with passion. Jingyuan, just give up. Even if I die, I won't have anything to do with you. Kong Shishue said coldly. Swordsman. Kong Shishue's words seemed to stab the second prince. His face twisted. After a while, the second prince recovered and smiled. He said, Kong Shishue, do you know why father went to your family? Let me tell you, it was all arranged by me. Ha ha ha. What? It was you. Kong Shishue's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Kong Shishue was originally from a small family in the Taishu sage capital. She met Jingyu by chance and fell in love with him. However, the Taishu sage emperor had never seen Kong Shishue. When Jingyu was in seclusion, the Taishu sage emperor suddenly came to Kong Shishue's family and saw Kong Shishue. That was how the Taishu sage emperor forced Kong Shishue to marry her. She had always thought that it was a coincidence that the Taishu sage emperor came to the Kong residence. She did not expect that it was all arranged by the second prince. I met you at the same time as Jingyu. I pursued you bitterly, but you fell in love with Jingyu. If I couldn't have you, neither could Jingyu. I might as well let father destroy the both of you. At the same time, father can also deal a blow to Jingyu. Ha ha ha. Also, I knew that father was jealous of Jingyu. That was why I always sent people to tell father about Jingyu. I told him that all the officials in the Taishu sage capital believed that Jingyu was the chosen one and was the most powerful person in the Taishu dynasty. He was the uncrowned king. That was why the old man became even more jealous. In the end, he found a chance to kill Jingyu. Huh, what do you think? What do you think of my plan? I killed many birds with one stone by getting rid of Jingyu. The second prince laughed heartily. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, and the others were all shocked. They had never thought that there would be so much inside information. Back then, the second prince had also pursued Kong Shishue. However, she ended up falling in love with Jingyu. Furthermore, the Taishu sage emperor had killed Jingyu because of his jealousy. Another reason was because of the second prince. The second prince had sent people to sow discord and provoke the Taishu sage emperor. There were two reasons why the Taishu sage emperor had killed Jingyu. One was because he was jealous of Jingyu. The other was because he had snatched away Jingyu's lover, Kong Shishue. Both of these reasons were related to the second prince. It could be said that the second prince was the main culprit behind Jingyu's death. It turned out that the second prince was the mastermind behind all of this. Jingyuan, you're despicable. Kong Shishue trembled. Despicable? This is called strategy. I was unlucky to have Jinglin. He was only born earlier than me, but he was already crowned as the crown prince. There was also Jingyu. He was so talented. If I didn't get rid of the two of them, how could I become the sage emperor? Didn't I succeed now? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. Kong Shishue, I'll give you one more chance. Come here and be my woman. I can let you go. The second prince said loudly. Dream on. I'd rather die. Kong Shishue's face was cold. She looked at the second prince with disgust. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The second prince roared, his face ferocious. Chapter 35-45. The second prince looked ferocious and was about to send someone to attack. In his opinion, Lu Ming only had 3 quasi-emperors, while he had 5. Together with the people from the Tianyi Holy Dynasty, he could easily crush Lu Ming. Today is the day you die. Before the second prince could do anything, a cold voice was heard. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's murderous intent was extremely cold. It was directed at the second prince. He must kill the second prince. It could be said that the second prince was behind everything that happened in the Taishu dynasty. Without him, even if the Holy Emperor was jealous of Jingyu, he might not have killed Jingyu. It could be said that Jingyu's real enemies were the Taishu Holy Emperor and the second prince. This person was despicable and cunning. Leaving him alive would cause endless trouble in the future. You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. The second prince laughed and looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a fool. You want to kill me with your strength? It seems that you can only do so in your next life. The second prince was full of disdain. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked behind the second prince and the rest. Because in the starry sky behind them, the void fluctuated and flashed continuously. Tall and burly figures appeared there. The experts from the barbarian tribe had arrived. Obviously, the second prince, Tianyi Holy Emperor, and the others also sensed it. They quickly looked behind and their expressions changed. The barbarian tribe. Someone exclaimed. Swish. Swish. As soon as the experts from the barbarian tribe appeared, they rushed toward the second prince and the others at an amazing speed. Damn it, it's Tian. The second prince saw Tian in the barbarian tribe army at a glance. Tian was Jing Yu's general and had defected to Lu Ming. Now, Tian had led the experts from the barbarian tribe to attack. Obviously, the experts from the barbarian tribe were on Lu Ming's side. Damn it, why is Lu Ming with the barbarian tribe? The second prince roared in his heart. There were many experts from the barbarian tribe. The current barbarian emperor obeyed Tian. Hence, when Tian spoke, the barbarian emperor would not refuse. The barbarian emperor had given the order. It turned out that the barbarian tribe's foundation had been mobilized. In addition to the other quasi-emperors of the barbarian tribe, the number of experts they had was no less than that of the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Emperor Tianyi's expression changed swiftly, and he said, Jingyuan, leave the barbarians to me. I'll stop them while you deal with Lu Ming. End the battle quickly, and then we'll join forces to repel the barbarians. All right. The second prince nodded. Then, Tianyi Saint Emperor led the masters of the Tianyi sacred dynasty and rushed toward the barbarians. Boom boom, the experts of both sides hadn't even come into contact with each other yet, but the terrifying chi had already collided in the void. Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out as the void continued to explode. In the end, the two armies clashed and slaughtered each other. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be able to invite the barbarian tribe. But it's still useless. Die. Kill. The second prince yelled and gave the order to attack. Immediately, the 5 quasi-emperors under his command took action. They targeted Giant Bear and Holy Heavenly King. They thought that in Lu Ming's army, only Giant Bear and Holy Heavenly King were quasi-emperors. As long as the 2 of them were killed, the others were not worth mentioning. Demon King, make your move. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Are you finally going to make your move? I can't wait any longer. The undying Demon King revealed a ferocious look. He laughed grimly and took a step forward. Boom! Overwhelming demonic chi burst out, shaking the starry sky. The demonic power was boundless. He threw out a palm strike, and an incomparably huge palm print covered the starry sky, clashing with the second prince's 2 quasi-emperors. Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out, and terrifying cracks appeared in the starry sky. The undying Demon King was unscathed, and the 2 quasi-emperors retreated rapidly. At the same time, Giant Bear, Holy Heavenly King, and the other 2 quasi-emperors of the Saint Demon Imperial Court also made their moves. The raging aura surged toward the second prince. The second prince's eyes widened rapidly, and his eyeballs were about to explode. He was in disbelief. He had never thought that there would be so many quasi-emperors in Lu Ming's army. You're from the Saint Demon Imperial Court. How dare you collude with the Saint Demon Imperial Court? The second prince roared hysterically. Kill. The undying Demon King responded with a roar. Saint Demon Wheel. The undying Demon King waved his hand, and a huge wheel appeared. It seemed to be formed by countless demon blades, and crushed toward one of the quasi-emperors under the second prince. The quasi-emperor shouted and took out a monarch-grade divine artifact, but the moment it collided with the wheel, the monarch-grade divine artifact shattered into pieces. The quasi-emperor's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed all his attacks. He used his origin secret technique and blasted it toward the undying Demon King. But it was all in vain. The Quasi-Emperor's attack was vulnerable under the Saint Demon Wheel of the undying Demon King. The Black Will crushed all the Quasi-Emperor's attacks and defenses in an instant. This is impossible. The Quasi-Emperor opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. They were both Quasi-Emperors, but he was so much weaker than his opponent. He was completely vulnerable. Bang! As soon as he shouted, the Saint Demon Will crushed down. The Quasi-Emperor's body instantly exploded and turned into ashes. A Quasi-Emperor was almost killed in an instant. This was the strength of the undying Demon King. At his peak, he was a true divine emperor. Even if he had lost most of his cultivation and was only at the Quasi-Emperor level, a Quasi-Emperor of the same level would be vulnerable in front of him. How is this possible? The second prince was the most shocked. He was almost scared out of his wits. That Quasi-Emperor was killed just like that. It was hard for him to accept. Trash. After killing that Quasi-Emperor, the undying Demon King shouted coldly and charged toward the next Quasi-Emperor. That Quasi-Emperor was the sixth prince. The sixth prince's expression changed drastically, but he was firmly entangled by the heavenly saint. Buzz. The undying Demon King waved his hand and another Saint Demon Will came crashing down on the sixth one. No. The sixth prince shouted and resisted with all his strength. He was slightly stronger than the previous Quasi-Emperor, but he could not change the outcome. As the Saint Demon Will crushed down, he screamed and died on the spot, following in the footsteps of the previous Quasi-Emperor. This time, not only were the second prince's people shocked, but the heavenly saint and the others were also shocked. Ha ha ha, Jingyuan, you won't succeed. You'll end up like me, a loser. The crown prince laughed wildly. Seeing the second prince's experts killed, the crown prince was extremely excited. You're courting death. The second prince roared and killed the crown prince with a slap. Everyone, attack. Kill. Lu Ming ordered, and the rest of his subordinates charged toward the second prince's side. Roar. 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 It was the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. 100,000 Dark Ape Battle Tribe members all used their primitive divine bodies and turned into King Kong raging apes. They're all primitive divine bodies. Someone on the second prince's side exclaimed in shock. After the Quasi-Emperors were killed one after another, the morale of the second prince's army plummeted. Seeing so many primitive divine bodies, their morale was even lower. When the two sides clashed, a large portion of the second prince's army was killed. Chapter 35-46. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, the second prince roared, wanting to gather his men to retreat and meet up with Saint Emperor Tiany's men. However, how could Lu Ming's side let him retreat? The undying Demon King was extremely powerful. After killing two Quasi-Emperors in a row, the undying Demon King charged toward the third Quasi-Emperor. Lu Ming's side already had the upper hand in terms of Quasi-Emperors. In addition, the undying Demon King's speed was astonishing. The remaining three Quasi-Emperors on the second prince's side could not retreat even if they wanted to. When the undying Demon King arrived, their fate was already sealed. Kill, kill, ha ha ha. The undying Demon King was not a kind person. Back then, he had caused the Saint Demon Imperial Court, which was at its peak, to decline quickly. His hands were stained with blood. After being sealed for so many years, he was already full of hostility. If Guillemot had not used the anti-demon seal, he would not have been able to control the undying Demon King. At this moment, the undying Demon King erupted. His killing intent was extremely cold, and his attacks were like a storm. Although he had not recovered to the Saint Emperor realm, the quality of his divine power and the power of his origin source secret technique were there. Ordinary Quasi-Emperors were completely suppressed. The Saint Demon Will crushed down, and the third Quasi-Emperor was killed. Then, it was the fourth and the fifth. Without any suspense, the last few Quasi-Emperors were firmly entangled by the holy old heavenly king, the giant bear, and the others. They could not escape at all. In a short while, the 5 quasi-emperors under the second prince were all killed. The second prince was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He knew that he was done for. The quasi-emperors were the foundation of his hegemony. With the quasi-emperors dead, he was completely finished. Retreat. Run quickly. With the death of the 5 quasi-emperors, the second prince's army completely fell apart, completely collapsing. They no longer had the will to fight. They turned into birds and beasts, jumping around. The second prince reacted and wanted to escape too. Stop him, don't let him escape. Lu Ming shouted. The holy old heavenly king and the others flashed, surrounding the second prince. Tianyi, save me. The second prince shouted, asking Tianyi's Saint Emperor for help. However, Tianyi's Saint Emperor was almost scared to death. He had seen the undying demon king's demonic might just now. Tianyi wanted him to save the second prince? What a joke. Retreat. Retreat. Holy sovereign Tianyi roared and led his people to charge forward with all their might. They no longer lingered in the battle and retreated to the side. Tian and the others' target was not Tianyi's Saint Emperor and the others. They pretended to chase for a while but did not continue. Instead, they led their men to encircle the second prince's subordinates. The second prince's face was pale. He knew that he had completely failed and could not escape. Lu Ming, I didn't think that I would lose to you in the end. Ha ha ha, the heavens are unfair. The second prince smiled bitterly. You've done so many bad things, yet you've only died now. This is the injustice of the heavenly Tao. Kang Shishue said angrily. Her and Jing Yu's lives could be said to have been ruined by the second prince. Kang Shishue, come on, kill me and avenge Jing Yu. It's not bad to die in your hands. The second prince looked at Kang Shishue and shouted. At the same time, he was thinking. Now, if he wanted to live, there was only one way, and that was to take someone as a hostage. Kang Shishue was not bad. As long as he took Kang Shishue as a hostage, he might be able to escape. Senior Kang, don't be rash. I want to take you as a hostage so that I can escape. Lu Ming said, seeing through the second prince's thoughts. Damn it. The second prince roared in his heart. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. He might not be able to take me down. Kang Shishue said. She was also a 9th-level divine lord like the second prince. If this person wants to die, he must die in the hands of Prince Jingyu. Leave him to me. Lu Ming said. What? Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Leave the second prince to him? How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 9th-level divine king realm. He was a whole realm away from the second prince. It was impossible to cross. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person who could cross so much distance. Lu Ming, with just you? The second prince sneered. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He was really hoping that Lu Ming would take action. This way, he could take Lu Ming down and use Lu Ming as a hostage to escape. Of course not with just me, but with Prince Jingyu. Lu Ming said. In the next moment, a metal ball appeared in his hand. It looked like petals wrapped together. He injected his divine power and the petals opened, revealing a drop of blood. This is, Kang Shishue saw it and her body trembled. She immediately sensed Jing Yu's aura. This was left behind by Jing Yu. Blue Merchant said. That's right. This is the last of Prince Jing Yu's strength. Let Prince Jing Yu leave his last battle in the Taishu dynasty and kill Jing Yuan. Lu Ming said. According to White Fang, when Jing Yu was seriously injured, he sealed his remaining strength in this drop of blood. As long as Lu Ming fused with this drop of blood, he would be able to borrow Jing Yu's strength. However, he could only use it once. This was a great killing weapon. If he used it in a dangerous situation, it could definitely save his life and turn the situation around. However, Lu Ming still planned to use it now. Jing Yu's life was too tragic. And the second prince could be said to be Jing Yu's true enemy. Lu Ming planned to leave Jing Yu's last battle in the Taishu dynasty and kill the second prince with his own hands. This way, Jing Yu leaving behind this drop of blood would be meaningful. This would be the end of Jing Yu's life. With a thought, Jing Yu's blood flew toward Lu Ming's body and fused with Lu Ming's body. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying power erupted from Lu Ming's body. At the same time, a figure appeared above Lu Ming. It was a handsome young man with an invincible aura. Jing Yu. Prince. At this moment, Blue Merchant, Kong Shishua, Yi Tian, Yuan Huan, and the rest trembled as they looked at the figure in a daze. This figure was none other than Jing Yu. Fight! Jing Yu's figure shouted. Then, in a flash, he fused with Lu Ming's body. At this moment, the power in Lu Ming's body skyrocketed. In an instant, he reached the Divine Lord Realm. Then, he reached the first-level Divine Lord Realm, second-level Divine Lord Realm, and third-level Divine Lord Realm. He only stopped when he reached the ninth-level Divine Lord Realm. Back then, Jing Yu was seriously injured and was not at his peak. He sealed his remaining strength and could only reach the ninth-level Divine Lord Realm. However, it was enough. Jing Yuan, let's fight. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, he felt endless power. It was as if he could destroy a galaxy with a wave of his hand. Of course, this was an illusion. A ninth-level Divine Lord Realm was not that powerful. Lu Ming stepped out and the Tyrant God Spear appeared. He whipped the spear toward the second prince. The Tyrant God Spear expanded rapidly and filled the starry sky. The starry sky exploded continuously, forming a terrifying energy that blasted toward the second prince. Kill! The second prince roared. A fiery red spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Two incomparably huge spear lights collided. Chapter 35-47. Two huge spear lights collided, erupting into a shocking explosion. The universe's starry sky was constantly exploding. Wang! Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him. The Tyrant God's spear kept vibrating and almost exploded. He retreated for tens of thousands of miles before coming to a stop. With just this bit of strength, what's the use of borrowing Jing Yu's strength? You will still be crushed by me. Kill! The second prince roared and became one with his spear, turning into a resplendent spearlight that charged towards Lu Ming. Divine Power of Origin Factor, 5 Awakenings? Lu Ming muttered. In the collision just now, he discovered that the second prince's divine power was incomparably strong and condensed. It was due to his cultivation, but it was also due to the quality. The second prince's divine power of origin factor had already reached 5 awakenings. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation, the easier it was to comprehend divine power and awaken the divine power of origin factor. The second prince himself was a peerless genius and had cultivated to the 9th level of the Divine Lord Realm. Moreover, he was much older than Jing Yu and had cultivated for at least 2 stellar years. It was not surprising that his divine power of origin factor had awakened 5 times in such a long time. Although Lu Ming had the power of a 9th level Divine Lord, he was still not a match for the second prince. All strength, erupt for me. Lu Ming roared and activated the battle character formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times and the primordial divine body. However, he was depressed to discover that the battle character formula was only effective on his own cultivation and had no effect on the borrowed strength. The primordial divine blood was easy to enter Lu Ming's body and had some effect. At least his physical body would become incomparably strong and his control over Jing Yu's strength would be stronger. However, it was very useful for the secret technique of origin. Jing Yu's strength poured into the secret technique of origin, allowing it to erupt with shocking power. Wang! The Tyrant God's spear vibrated and the power of severing a shackle was released. In addition to Jing Yu's strength, the Tyrant God's spear's power was extremely shocking. Swoosh! Lu Ming stabbed out again, turning into a resplendent spearlight and colliding with the second prince's spearlight. When the spear tips collided, it was as if a star had exploded. Powerful qi overflowed and energy swept in all directions. Then, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying again. This time, his body trembled and he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming. You don't have to do anything. Let me slap him to death. Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, and the others were very worried. Very clearly, even though Lu Ming borrowed Jing Yu's power and had 9th level Divine Lord cultivation, he was not Second Prince's match. The Second Prince's divine power of origin had been awakened 5 times, and he had also mastered the secret arts of origin. Don't come over. Leave him to me. Lu Ming shouted, his eyes shining brightly. This was Jing Yu's final power. After fusing with Jing Yu's power, it seemed to have really crossed the bottleneck of the Divine Lord realm, reaching the 9th level Divine Lord realm. Although this power would dissipate very quickly, Lu Ming had a feeling that his path to becoming a Divine Lord had been paved. As long as he cultivated for a period of time, he would be able to successfully step into the Divine Lord realm. In addition, Jing Yu's power contained Jing Yu's comprehension of the divine power of origin, especially the Sovereign's divine power. This was because Jing Yu mainly cultivated the Sovereign's divine power. Lu Ming's Sovereign's divine power had already been awakened 4 times. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have seen the path of the Sovereign's divine power of origin. This was a great opportunity for Lu Ming. Only by fighting to his heart's content could he transform this opportunity into his own strength. Swoosh! 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 The Second Prince continued to attack Lu Ming. Streaks of spear light filled the universe and enveloped Lu Ming, completely enveloping Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, different secret arts of origin appeared on his body. Sovereign's Gate, Wind-extinguishing boots, void-shattering sword. A total of 11 secret arts of origin floated around Lu Ming's body. At the same time, violent power poured into the 11 secret arts of origin, causing each secret art of origin to emit a dazzling radiance. Their power was pushed to the extreme. The stronger the divine power used, the more powerful the origin source secret technique would be. 11 secret arts of origin. Apart from a few people who knew Lu Ming's background, everyone else couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The same was true for the Second Prince. Back when he had fought against the geniuses of the Tianyi sacred dynasty, Lu Ming had not used his full strength. Swoosh! The wind-extinguishing boots merged with Lu Ming's feet, causing his speed to increase dramatically. He rushed out and flashed rapidly, avoiding the Second Prince's attack. Then, the other secret arts of origin blasted towards the Second Prince. The Sovereign's Gate became hundreds of thousands of feet tall and pressed down on the Second Prince. The void-shattering sword and the heavenly demon blade slashed at the Second Prince from both sides. The moon of Taiyin and the sun of Taiyang shone brightly and filled the sky. Every ray of light had destructive power. The Eye of Doomsday, like a stone eye, burst out with an ancient radiance. It was terrifying and could destroy everything. Don't think that having many secret arts of origin is useful. You can't withstand a single blow. The Second Prince roared. The long spear in his hand burst out with even more terrifying power. He had severed a shackle. Lu Ming could see that the long spear in the Second Prince's hand was also a secret art of origin. Moreover, it had already severed a shackle. In the Second Prince's hand, its power was terrifying. The long spear in the Second Prince's hand shook and burst out with terrifying spear radiance. It collided with Lu Ming's various secret arts of origin. Clang! Clang! A series of explosions. All of Lu Ming's secret arts of origin were sent flying, including Lu Ming himself. I already said you can't withstand a single blow. The Second Prince's attacks became even more berserk. He didn't give Lu Ming any time to breathe. He wanted to take Lu Ming as a hostage. This was his only chance to survive. However, Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He continued to control his 11 secret arts of origin to attack the Second Prince. That was because when Lu Ming had been controlling his secret arts of origin, Lu Ming had discovered that shackles had appeared on all of his secret arts. With Jing Yu's power pouring in, Lu Ming's secret arts of origin began to show their shackles. Of course, other than the tyrant god spear, his other secret arts all had a shackle. Lu Ming felt that he could borrow Jing Yu's power to sever those shackles. This was an excellent opportunity. He could break through in the middle of a battle. Fight, fight! Lu Ming roared and controlled his 11 secret arts to attack Jing Yu. Boom! After another series of collisions, Lu Ming was forced back. But this time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the God's Gate. It was several times stronger than before. I severed it. Lu Ming was delighted. Just now, he had successfully severed the God's Gate's shackles. Although it was just one, it was enough to increase the God's Gate's power. Chapter 35-48. In the battle, Lu Ming had successfully severed one of the shackles on the Gate of Domination. Whoosh! A vortex appeared above the Gate of Domination. It spun continuously and emitted a terrifying suction force. In the vortex, a loud roar could be heard. It was similar to Wanshan's roar back then. You have severed the shackles. The second prince was shocked. Let's continue. Lu Ming laughed and continued to attack the second prince. In the battle with the second prince, Lu Ming could borrow Jing Yu's power more smoothly. He pushed his power to the extreme and then severed the shackles of the Origin's secret skill. Otherwise, even if he borrowed Jing Yu's power, it would not be so easy to sever the shackles. It was not easy to sever the shackles of the Origin's secret skill. This could be seen from all the young geniuses of the Taishu dynasty and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Other than Di Jianyi, no one could sever the shackles. The second prince had cultivated for so many years and had only severed one shackle. So what if you have severed the shackles? Kill! The second prince was furious and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming wants to borrow the prince's power to sever the shackles. By the side, Lan Shang, Yi Tian, and the rest could also tell Lu Ming's motive. What a monster! The immortal demon king exclaimed. Even he could not help but sigh. Boom! Boom! Jing Yu and the second prince were engaged in another battle. Lu Ming was still defeated. He kept retreating, but he had achieved great results. Boom! The lunar moon exploded with a terrifying aura. Rays of light filled the sky. The second prince's spear radiance was enveloped by the rays of light. It was as if ice had met fire and melted. The lunar moon had also successfully severed one of the shackles. Following closely behind the lunar moon was the solar moon. It also exuded a terrifying aura and severed one of the shackles. Damn it, impossible! The second prince roared. His eyes were full of jealousy. After cultivating for so many years, he had only severed a single shackle. But now, Lu Ming had severed the shackles of 3 origin source techniques in such a short time. Furthermore, he had contributed greatly to this. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Jingyuan, again. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to attack the second prince. Damn it, go to hell! The second prince roared furiously and charged toward Lu Ming with all his might. So what if Lu Ming had many secret techniques? So what if he had severed his shackles? He was still no match for him. However, the second prince could not achieve his goal. As the two fought, Lu Ming severed more and more shackles with his origin secret technique. Next were the boots of extinguishing wind, the sword of void shattering, and the demonic blade. One by one, the shackles were severed. About 10 minutes later, all of Lu Ming's secret arts had severed a shackle. Everyone fell into a state of shock. Lu Ming was only a 9th-tier divine king at such a young age. However, he had severed one shackle with each of the 11 secret skills of origin. His combat prowess was most likely nature-defying. The second prince was in despair, unwillingness, and fear. Yes, because he realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was no longer weaker than his. With the combination of his secret techniques, Lu Ming's combat strength was above his. The lunar moon and the solar sun hung high in the sky and shone down rays of light. They were like two mobile turrets that bombarded the second prince. The heavenly demon blade, the void-shattering sword, and the immemorial divine dragon horn were extremely fast. They flashed and slashed around the second prince. The gate of domination was huge and came down from above. The most special thing was a bell, the bell of heavenly evildoer. Ding-ling-ling, the bell of heavenly evildoer rang. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread toward the second prince and shrouded him. At that moment, the second prince's body trembled and his glabella glowed. He was weaker than before. The bell of heavenly evildoer could attack one's soul directly. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectation. This was a function that he had discovered after he had severed a shackle. Lu Ming controlled the overbearing god spear and stepped on the wind destroyer boots to attack the second prince. The combination of his secret techniques was flawless. The second prince tried his best to defend himself, but he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming is going to win. Blue Merchant exhaled and his eyes shone brightly. He did not expect Lu Ming to defeat the second prince even though he had borrowed Jing Yu's strength. The others nodded and were excited. At that moment, they seemed to have seen Jing Yu come back to life and defeat the second prince. Lu Ming's path is vast and far beyond Prince Jing Yu's. I'm afraid he won't be limited to the Taishu dynasty. Blue Merchant exclaimed. Ah! At this moment, the second prince let out a long howl. He could not accept that he had been suppressed by Lu Ming. Therefore, he was careless and was swept by Lu Ming's tyrannical god spear. His body almost exploded. Lu Ming, die. Die. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The second prince went crazy. The divine power in his body burned fiercely. He knew that he could not take down Lu Ming. If he could not take Lu Ming as a hostage, he would definitely die today. Therefore, he went all out and burned his divine power. Boom! Boom! The spear gleams erupted and the entire sky was filled with spear gleams. They actually pushed back Lu Ming's various origin secret skills. Suppress! Lu Ming hollered. A steady stream of divine power surged into the gate of domination. Roar! There seemed to be a giant beast roaring in the gate of domination. In the next moment, a beast claw reached out from the gate of domination and slapped at the second prince. Boom! The second prince retreated. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he pushed the gate of domination to the extreme, the gate of domination changed. At the same time, Lu Ming saw the road ahead. The road to the fifth awakening. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't miss it. Break through! Lu Ming roared. At that moment, his mind was fully immersed in the sovereign's divine power. Boom! All of a sudden, his sovereign god's god force underwent a strange change. A stronger and more ancient aura burst out from it. This is the fifth awakening of the origin divine power factor. Blue Merchant, Tian, and the others were dumbfounded. At this critical moment, Lu Ming broke through again. His sovereign's divine power had successfully awakened 5 times. The fifth awakening of the origin divine power factor had increased Lu Ming's combat strength greatly. The gate of domination had also become stronger. Boom! The gate of domination continued to press down. It roared like thunder and contained destructive energy. The second prince's body shook violently. Then, the beast claw reached out and grabbed at the second prince. This time, the second prince screamed and retreated frantically, vomiting blood. After Lu Ming's sovereign's divine power had awakened 5 times, his combat strength had surpassed the second prince's. Chapter 35-49. Lu Ming had fused with Jing Yu's power, and it was as if he was standing at Jing Yu's height, looking at the various origin secret techniques. Then, he used Jing Yu's power to sever the shackles of all the origin secret techniques. Of course, the Tyrant God Spear was an exception. Because the Tyrant God Spear had already severed one shackle, it wouldn't be that easy to sever the second shackle. At the same time, Jing Yu cultivated the Sovereign's God Force. Lu Ming used Jing Yu's sovereign's god force to awaken the sovereign's god force for the 5th time, greatly increasing his battle strength. Under the pressure of the sovereign's gate, the second prince roared and coughed up blood. No, this is impossible. The second prince roared, his hair disheveled. He couldn't accept it. Lu Ming had actually broken through continuously in the battle. He was only in the 9th level of the God King realm, but his origin god force had already awakened 5 times. The second prince had cultivated for more than 2 stellar years, but he had only managed to awaken 5 times. He was extremely jealous and unwilling to accept it. I won't lose to you. The second prince roared, and he fought back with all his might, wanting to kill Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming represented Jingyu at this moment. He couldn't lose to Jingyu, especially when it was just a little bit of Jingyu's remaining power. However, all kinds of origin secret techniques responded to him. Boom! 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 All kinds of origin secret techniques rained down on the second prince like a storm. The second prince trembled violently, and he realized that he couldn't withstand the attacks. In the end, the spear in his hand was struck by the sovereign's gate, and it shattered inch by inch before finally exploding. This was the second prince's origin secret technique. With his origin secret technique broken, he screamed in pain as his body flew back. At this time, Lu Ming rushed over with the wind-extinguishing boots, and the tyrant god's spear stabbed out. Pooh! The tyrant god's spear pierced through the second prince's body. The terrifying destructive power had already exploded in the second prince's body, destroying his bodily functions. It had even shattered the second prince's stellar core. The second prince's cultivation was crippled. The second prince screamed in agony, filled with unwillingness and despair. What's the use of scheming? Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The tyrant god's spear trembled, and an even more violent power burst forth. The second prince's body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. After killing the second prince, Lu Ming focused his attention on the various origin secret arts and divine powers. This was a rare opportunity. He wanted to see if he could borrow Jingyu's power to make another breakthrough. Unfortunately, at this time, Jingyu had already consumed a lot of energy. The remaining energy was constantly leaking into the air. There was not much energy left, and it was difficult to help Lu Ming break through. Lu Ming's aura slowly descended. 8th level Divine Lord, 7th level Divine Lord. In the starry sky, the battle continued. Lu Ming's men and the barbarian tribe's men were working together to kill the second prince's men. At this moment, the battle was slowly coming to a stop. Almost all of the second prince's trusted subordinates had died in battle, and the rest had surrendered. When Lu Ming's aura returned to normal and he regained his 9th tier Divine King cultivation, the battle came to an end. Lu Ming, how do you feel? Lu Ming. Blue Merchant and the rest flew towards Lu Ming. I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's not delay any longer. We have control of the great illusionary sage capital. I'm afraid there are many of the Crown Prince's henchmen inside. Lu Ming said. All right. Everyone nodded and headed towards the great illusionary sage capital. The great illusionary sage capital still had the Crown Prince's henchmen. Naturally, there would be a huge battle. In the end, the great illusionary sage capital was completely under their control. At the same time, Kong Shishue had sent out a message, asking his men to bring Lu Ming's parents over. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. Kong Shishue's men brought his parents to the great illusionary sage capital. Fortunately, his parents were fine. They were healthy, and their cultivation had increased significantly. Evidently, the second prince had not made things difficult for his parents in the past 100 years. This was normal. The second prince wanted to use Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to threaten Lu Ming. If anything happened to Lu Ming and Li Ping, Lu Ming would not help him. He would probably kill the second prince. Seeing that Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were fine, Lu Ming was relieved. After chatting with the two elders for a long time, Lu Ming asked someone to bring them to rest. Great illusionary sage capital, in the palace hall. Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, Kong Shishue, and the rest sat together. They were discussing their future. Now, the great illusionary sage emperor, the crown prince, and the second prince were all dead. When the crown prince rebelled and assassinated the emperor, many of the royal family members were implicated. Only a few of the princes were left. However, the country could not afford to be without a ruler. Everyone, how should we deal with the Taishu dynasty? The country can't afford to be without a ruler. Blue Merchant was the first to speak, breaking the silence. I feel that we should just let Lu Ming be the Saint Emperor. Yi Tian said. He wanted Lu Ming to take charge of the great illusionary sage capital. I think so. Yuan Huan said. Then, Lu Ming's subordinates spoke one after another, supporting Lu Ming to take charge of the Taishu dynasty. Many of them were Jing Yu's subordinates. In their opinion, the Taishu dynasty should belong to Jing Yu. Now that Jing Yu was dead, Lu Ming was Jing Yu's successor. Naturally, Lu Ming should take charge of the Taishu dynasty. The Undying Demon Lord and a few experts from the Saint Demon's dynasty sat aside, not saying a word. Kong Shishue did not say a word. The Holy King did not say a word either. At this time, Lu Ming raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. I'm not interested in the throne. Lu Ming said. Indeed, he was not interested. Now that his horizons were broadening, he saw more and more things. He knew that the Eldritch universe was huge, and the Taishu dynasty was just a small part of it. His goal was the Eldritch universe and the Sea of Stars. He did not want to stay in the Taishu dynasty and be the emperor. Blue Merchant smiled. He was not surprised by Lu Ming's answer. With Lu Ming's talent, he would not stay in the Taishu dynasty for long. Then, who will take charge of the Taishu dynasty in the future? Blue Merchant asked. Let's choose one of the remaining princes to take charge of the Taishu dynasty. Of course, it's best if he doesn't have too big of an ambition. Lu Ming said. He had reached the peak of the 9th layer Divine King realm, and by borrowing Jing Yu's power, Lu Ming had touched the Divine Lord realm. The Divine Lord realm was not difficult for him at all. He felt that as long as he calmed down and cultivated in seclusion for a while, he would be able to break through smoothly. Once he reached the Divine Lord realm, he would be able to open the jade talisman left by Xian Yanqing to find Xian Yanqing and the mid-autumn moon. He would not stay in the Taishu Holy Court for too long. However, he hoped that his family and friends could cultivate in the Taishu Holy Court. Therefore, the new Taishu Holy Emperor had to be easy to control. Only then would his family be safe. At this time, Lu Ming saw that Kong Shishue was hesitant to speak. Senior Kong, if you have something to say, please speak. Lu Ming looked at Kong Shishue. Chapter 3550. To tell you the truth, Jing Shu and I once gave birth to a son. Kong Shishue said. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up. Kong Shishue and Great Void Sacred Emperor had a son, who was also a prince. Kong Shishue meant that she wanted her son to take over the position of Great Void Sacred Emperor. Why haven't I heard of it before? Blue Merchant asked. That's because he looks too much like Jing Yu. Kong Shishue said. Like Prince Jing Yu? Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, Baiya, and the others looked at each other. Blue Merchant said, why don't we invite him in? All right. Kong Shishue nodded and left. They didn't have to wait long before a young man stepped into the hall. As soon as the young man walked into the hall, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, and the others couldn't help but stand up with a stunned expression. This young man looked too much like Jing Yu. It was as though they were cast from the same mold. Junior Jingma greets all the seniors. Jingma cupped his fists and bowed. He was neither humble nor arrogant. He was natural and unrestrained. No need for formalities. Blue Merchant waved his hand. His eyes were still fixed on Jingma. He wasn't the only one. Yi Tian, Baiya, and Yuan Huan did the same. Their stares made Jingma a little embarrassed. Emoer, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with the seniors. Kang Shishue said. Yes, mother. Jingma cupped his fists and left the hall. Similar, too similar. Too similar. Even their temperament is similar. Blue Merchant, Tian, and the others couldn't stop muttering. Shishue, why haven't I heard that you have a son with the sacred emperor? Blue Merchant asked curiously. Because he looks too much like Ji Jingyu, Jingshu doesn't like him, so he hasn't made it public. Moreover, he doesn't let him wander around, which is equivalent to putting him under house arrest in one place. Kang Shishue said with a gloomy look in her eyes. Everyone fell silent. They knew that Jingmo resembled Jingyu too much, and had incurred the displeasure of the Saint Emperor. At this time, Blue Merchant, Tian, White Fang, and the others looked at each other again. Ahem, Shishue, I would like to ask you a question. Please don't take offense. Blue Merchant coughed dryly. Teacher Lan, please ask. Kang Shishue said. Is Jingma Jingshu's son or Jingyu's son? Blue Merchant asked. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Well, I'm not too sure. Kang Shishue's face was completely red as she fidgeted. Blue Merchant's and the others' eyes lit up. If Kang Shishue wasn't too sure, it meant one thing. Something must have happened between Kang Shishue and Jingyu back then. Otherwise, how could Kang Shishue not be clear about it? Not long after Jingshu made me marry him, I found out that I was pregnant. Kang Shishue explained again. Blue Merchant and the others increasingly felt that Jingma might be Jingyu's son. After all, a divine lord's pregnancy was very long. It was normal for it to reach tens of thousands of years. Moreover, Jingma and Jingyu's appearance and temperament were so similar. However, if Jingma was the son of Kang Shishue and Taishu's Saint Emperor, it wasn't impossible. In that case, Jingma and Jingyu were brothers. It wasn't impossible for brothers to look alike. Blue Merchant, Tian, and the others were a little confused for a while. Even Kang Shishue, the mother, couldn't figure it out. How could they figure it out? How about this? The Saint Emperor's position will be taken by Jingma. How about you all support him? Lu Ming said. Kang Shishue had helped Lu Ming a lot this time. It wasn't a bad idea to push Kang Shishue's son to the position. After all, Kang Shishue was forced to do that back then. I have no objection. I have no objection either. Blue Merchant, Tian, and the others nodded. Holy Thousand Heavenly King naturally had no objection. As for the Undying Demon King, he had been set up by Bone Demon with a demon sealing array. Naturally, he would follow whatever Lu Ming said. However, the other two quasi-emperors of the Saint Devil dynasty were a little unwilling. The Taishu dynasty had suffered heavy losses, and there weren't many experts left. If the Undying Demon King led them to attack, they would definitely be able to destroy the Taishu dynasty in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the Undying Demon King seemed to be obedient to Lu Ming, and they didn't dare to resist. With the Undying Demon King's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. Thank you, Lu Ming. Thank you, everyone. Kang Shishue was overjoyed and thanked Lu Ming and the others. In addition, the Taishu dynasty will allocate a few star regions for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. Lu Ming said. Everyone naturally agreed to Lu Ming's request. Now, in the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming had the final say. Kang Shishue and the others naturally didn't have any objections. Everyone discussed for a while, and Lu Ming took his leave. Next, the Taishu Saint Emperor needed to reorganize. The Taishu dynasty had suffered heavy losses in this internal strife. Almost most of the quasi-emperors had died in battle, and 70 to 80% of their top combat strength had been lost. In the entire Taishu dynasty, to be precise, only the Holy Heavenly King and Tian were left. The losses were too great. In the beginning, the Taishu dynasty could be said to be the strongest force among the barbarian tribe, the Taishu dynasty, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Now, it had become the weakest force. Whether it was the barbarian tribe or the Tianyi sacred dynasty, it wouldn't be difficult for them to annex the Taishu dynasty. Of course, the barbarian tribe had Tian, so they definitely wouldn't attack the Taishu dynasty now. However, it was hard to say about the Tianyi sacred dynasty. Therefore, Lu Ming had allocated a part of the territory for the people of the Saint Devil dynasty to live in. With the undying demon king around, the people of the Tianyi sacred dynasty wouldn't dare to attack. In fact, Lu Ming could let the undying demon king and the others attack the Tianyi sacred dynasty. With the undying demon king's strength, it shouldn't be difficult to secretly kill the Tianyi sacred emperor and the others. However, Lu Ming didn't do that. He would leave sooner or later. Destroying the Tianyi sacred dynasty was meaningless to him. Only by leaving the Tianyi sacred dynasty behind could the various forces restrain each other. Lu Ming would leave soon. What he needed was an environment where his family and friends could cultivate in peace. Soon, he would bring his family and friends to the Taishu dynasty to live and cultivate. Therefore, he needed the stability of the various forces to restrain each other. With the undying demon king around, this could be achieved. With the undying demon king around, the barbarian tribe and the Tianyi sacred dynasty wouldn't dare to attack the Taishu dynasty. This way, there would be a balance. Only the undying demon king himself could break the balance. However, the undying demon king was controlled by Lu Ming and could only obey. In this way, the barbarian tribe, the Taishu dynasty, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty would have a long-term period of stable development unless someone's strength surpassed the undying demon king. In this way, Lu Ming could leave this place with peace of mind. After that, it was time to reorganize the various territories and armies of the Taishu dynasty. After this battle, the structure of the Taishu dynasty had completely changed. Most of the Heavenly King's mansions and marquee mansions had surrendered to the Crown Prince or the Second Prince. There were too many casualties in that battle. Many Heavenly Kings and top experts of the Heavenly King's mansions were almost wiped out. Chapter 35-51. There was a huge change in the Taishu dynasty, and the various factions would be reshuffled. Among them, some were quite lucky, such as the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion. Although the Nine-Ju Heavenly King Mansion had sought refuge with the Second Prince, Lu Ming did not lay a finger on them in the end. However, those who had a grudge against Lu Ming were not so lucky. For example, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King Palace, the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Palace, and the War God clan. During the war, Lu Ming did not show any mercy and killed them. It was the same for the Lan family of the Taishu Sage capital and the Imperial Advisor residence. Almost all of their experts had been killed. In addition, the Heavenly King palaces that had been destroyed in the war had left a lot of empty territory. The entire Taishu dynasty would be reshuffled. Of course, Lu Ming could not be bothered with that. He left it to Kong Shishua, Blue Merchant, and the others. He cultivated in peace and sent people to the chaotic astral river to bring his family and friends over to cultivate. Just like that, after a busy year, the Taishu dynasty finally settled down and order was restored. At this time, Jingma had ascended to the throne and became the new sage emperor. Naturally, there were rewards for the new emperor. Lu Ming was conferred the title of Hidden Dragon Heavenly King of the Taishu dynasty, as the first Heavenly King. Half of the Taishu dynasty's territory was under the Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace's name. This area was almost the size of more than 20 Heavenly King palaces in the past. Lu Ming accepted it calmly. He knew that this was Jingma. Kong Shishua wanted to win him over. He did not care about himself, but it was good that Lu Shenhuang and the others could cultivate here in the future. Lu Shenhuang did not like to take risks and liked to be with his family. Although his cultivation progress was slower, it was stable. Moreover, Lu Ming did not have time to accompany Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. It was good that Lu Shenhuang and the others accompanied him. Apart from that, Thousand Holiness Old Heavenly King Manor had also expanded by several times. Blue Merchant was conferred the title of the new Imperial Advisor. Yi Tian became the new general of the Taishu dynasty's army. After the enfeoffment, the Taishu dynasty was on the right track. As for the new Hidden Dragon Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming left to Yuan Huan and the others to build it. Young Master Lu Ming, we are leaving. On this day, Giant Bear, Zhu Tai, and the others said goodbye to Lu Ming. Back then, they had promised Lu Ming that they would help Lu Ming complete the Taishu's Sacred Quartz matters. Now that the Taishu's Sacred Quartz matters had been settled, they could leave. After all, they had been trapped in the Lost Galaxy for too long and had long wanted to go back. Alright, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Lu Ming smiled. Young Master Lu Ming, I come from the Sacred Bear Tribe. The Sacred Bear Tribe is a big tribe on the 10,000 primordial tribe list. If you have the chance in the future, you can look for me at the Sacred Bear Tribe. Giant Bear said. During this period, he had seen Lu Ming's talent. It was amazing. Even the Sacred Bear Tribe did not have such talent. It was not that he was weaker than Lu Ming in combat strength. In terms of combat strength and cultivation, there were many people in the Sacred Bear Tribe who were stronger than Lu Ming. What he was comparing was talent. He felt that there was no one in the Sacred Bear Tribe who was more talented than Lu Ming. He naturally wanted to befriend such a genius. Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Lu Ming was surprised. He did not expect Giant Bear to be from a powerful tribe on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. There were millions of tribes and factions in the primitive universe. However, those who could enter the Primitive 10,000 Tribe role were all extremely powerful. They were far from what the Taishu Sacred Dynasty or the Barbarian Tribe could compare to. The Wu people he met were also a powerful tribe on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. They were overbearing and killed the Barbarian Emperor for some unknown reason. Okay, I'll definitely pay them a visit if I have the chance. Lu Ming said. He would not miss the chance to befriend someone on the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Young Master Lu Ming, I'm Zhu Tai from the Celestial Swine Tribe. I'm also a member of the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. You can come and find me if you have the chance. Zhu Tai said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the others introduced themselves, hoping that Lu Ming would meet them when he was free in the future. Of course, only Giant Bear and Zhu Tai were from the Primitive 10,000 Tribes Board. Lu Ming nodded and agreed for the time being. He might need to use them in the future. After exchanging some pleasantries, Giant Bear and the others took their leave. Not long after Giant Bear and the others left, Lu Ming's family and friends in the chaotic galaxy also came. Naturally, it was lively again. Soon, a few months passed. It's time to break through, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Now, everything in the Taishu dynasty was on the right track and there was no need for him to worry. He planned to go into seclusion and break through to the Divine Lord Realm in one go. Then, he would open the jade talisman left behind by Xian Yanqing. With a wave of his hand, a large number of primordial divine crystals appeared. Old Liang, refine them for me, Lu Ming said. This time, he took out at least a few 100,000 primordial divine crystals. To break through from the Divine King Realm to the Divine Lord Realm, one needed to consume an astonishing amount of energy. Leave them to me. I can refine the primordial divine crystals very quickly. A suction force erupted from the measure formula, absorbing the hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals and then began to refine them. Not long after, waves of pure energy began to pour into Lu Ming's body. They were absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into his own divine power. Lu Ming did not immediately break through to the Divine Lord Realm. This bit of energy was far from enough. He needed to accumulate energy and wait until the energy accumulated to a certain extent before he began to break through. The Divine King Realm cultivated the Star Core. At the Divine Lord Realm, it was still the Star Core. However, there were also differences. To break through to the Divine Lord Realm, one needed to condense a star ring outside the Star Core. A star ring surrounded the Star Core. Condensing one star ring was considered a first-level Divine Lord Realm. Condensing 2 star rings was a second-level Divine Lord Realm. At the 9th-level Divine Lord Realm, there would be 9 star rings surrounding the Star Core. In the end, the 9 star rings and the Star Core would burn completely and fuse together to form a star. Then, one would enter the Divine Emperor Realm. In fact, the Divine Emperor realm had another name, which was the Eternal Star Realm. When the star core in the body burned and turned into a star, that was the Eternal Star Realm. Of course, this was very far away from Lu Ming. What Lu Ming needed to do now was to accumulate enough energy to condense a star ring around the star core. However, Lu Ming had 11 star cores. To condense a star ring, the energy required would be very shocking. Time passed slowly, day by day, month by month. The divine power accumulated in Lu Ming's body became more and more robust. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. In 30 years, the hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals had been completely refined by the measure formula. Refining hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals in 30 years was also because he relied on the measure formula. If he had refined them himself, he did not know how long it would have taken. The divine power accumulated from hundreds of thousands of primordial divine crystals was already unbelievably robust. Lu Ming began to break through. Chapter 35-52. Actually, the Divine Lord realm wasn't difficult for Lu Ming at all. There were many conditions to breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. First, one's origin divine power factor had to awaken 3 times. Only then could one condense star rings. If one's origin divine power factor hadn't awakened 3 times, it would be impossible to condense star rings. However, Lu Ming's various divine powers had already awakened 4 times. His sovereign divine power had even awakened 5 times. Condensing star rings wasn't difficult at all. In addition, he had borrowed Jing Yu's power to temporarily enter the 9th level Divine Lord realm. He already had some understanding of the Divine Lord realm. The bottleneck that blocked him no longer existed. He had already comprehended it. Therefore, as long as he had enough energy, Lu Ming would enter the Divine Lord realm. It was a matter of course. As Lu Ming began to break through, the aura emitted from Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger. Soon, it reached a critical point. Wang! Wang! At this time, a buzzing sound came from Lu Ming's dantian. The 11 star cores were violently vibrating. Each star core emitted a resplendent radiance. Their divine power was condensed to the extreme. Suddenly, the star cores with sovereign divine power shone brightly. A star ring appeared around them. The star ring's radiance was still somewhat dim, but it was sparkling and translucent. It was very beautiful, like the star rings of some planets in the universe. However, the star ring's beauty was filled with terrifying energy. The sovereign divine power was the first to break through. Following that, the other star cores also trembled. One by one, they condensed star rings. Overlord Spear Force, Sun Force, Sun Force. Soon, there were 11 star cores. Each star core was surrounded by a star ring, which looked incomparably beautiful. Boom! Shocking energy fluctuations erupted from Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming quickly restrained them. He had broken through. Lu Ming had officially broken through to the Divine Lord realm. He had become a Divine Lord. Lu Ming was delighted. After experiencing so much, he had finally become a Divine Lord. He had reached the realm above the Divine King realm. Before Xian Yanqing left, she had said that Lu Ming could only look for her after he reached the Divine King realm. At that time, the realm above Godly King was incomparably distant to Lu Ming. But now, with Lu Ming taking one step at a time, he had finally realized it. While Lu Ming was breaking through, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from a barren planet in a galaxy that was extremely far away from the great illusionary stage. Then, a sword gleam soared into the sky and pierced through the depths of the starry sky. Before long, a figure charged into the sky and stood in outer space. Dense streaks of light constantly erupted from his body, slicing open vicious cracks in space. It was a young man and he was Di Jianyi. Lu Ming, now that I've entered the Divine Lord realm, I only need one move to kill you. Emperor Sword let out a long roar. His long hair fluttered, and his aura soared. Now, I'm afraid that even if you reach 9th level Divine Lord, you might not be able to kill Lu Ming either. A clear voice rang out as a figure stepped through the air and arrived. Dark Knight Rose. Jinny muttered as a tinge of fear flashed past the depths of his eyes. How do you know where I am in seclusion? Jinny asked as he revealed a tinge of wariness. Everyone else thinks that this is a barren planet, but I know that there is a sword origin pool here. It is extremely beneficial for sword cultivators, especially for someone like you who has an elemental spirit sword body. It is even more beneficial. Dark Knight Rose smiled. It's a pity that you're late. I've already absorbed all the sword origin pool. Also, you said that even if I reach 9th level Divine Lord Realm, I won't be able to kill Lu Ming. What do you mean? Jinny asked. When you were in seclusion, the Taishu dynasty had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Taishu Sage Emperor, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the Grand Tutor are all dead. Dark Knight Rose said. What? What exactly happened? Jinny was shocked. Dark Knight Rose immediately told Jinny what had happened in the Taishu dynasty in detail. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be the successor of Jingyu. Moreover, there are so many people helping him. Hee, it's really unfair. Jinny sneered and quickly regained his composure. However, the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. It seems that I have misjudged. Lu Ming's talent is beyond my imagination. However, isn't it interesting? The stronger he is, the more useful he is to me. Sooner or later, I will eat him. Hee. Dark Knight Rose's eyes were glowing with a strange light. Jinny shivered inexplicably. He looked at Dark Knight Rose with more and more fear. Jinny had sided with the Crown Prince. Hence, he naturally knew Dark Knight Rose and knew how terrifying Dark Knight Rose was. He couldn't afford to offend this woman. Now that the Taishu dynasty is in Lu Ming's hands, why are you looking for me? Jinny asked. Of course, I am looking for you to fight against Lu Ming. Lu Ming is a peerless supreme talent who has great luck. However, he is not invincible. In my opinion, you are a supreme talent who is at the same level as him. Hence, you can fight against him. You also have great luck. If you had not secluded yourself in this barren land and continued to stay by the Crown Prince's side, I am afraid you would have died. It is your luck that saved you. Dark Knight Rose said. I am more powerful than him. Jinny said coldly, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Now that he had stepped into the Sur God realm, he had recovered from the blow of being defeated by Lu Ming. Hence, he was more confident. Come with me. The Taishu sacred dynasty is just a small place. Come with me to a bigger place. I will make you stronger. Don't talk about Lu Ming. Why can't you compete with the most powerful geniuses in the primitive universe? Dark Knight Rose stared at Jinny, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Jinny's body tensed up and he subconsciously retreated. He looked at Dark Knight Rose cautiously and said, Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Don't worry. I will not take advantage of you. I will stimulate your talent and make you a supreme talent who will be famous in the primitive universe. Dark Knight Rose said, and she was filled with confidence. Who are you? I have inquired about you. You came from a remote star region in the Taishu dynasty, and your father is only a supreme being. However, it is impossible for a supreme being to have a daughter like you. Jinny stared at Dark Knight Rose. You are not qualified to know who I am. In short, you only need to know that I can help you. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is more powerful than you think. He controls 11 types of divine powers and has cultivated 11 types of secret skills of origin. Moreover, he has already severed one of the shackles of each of the 11 secret skills of origin. Perhaps, he has already broken through to the Sur God realm. Dark Knight Rose said. She knew Lu Ming's situation like the back of her hand. What? Jinny was shocked and he fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, All right, I will go with you. Correct choice. Dark Knight Rose smiled and the two of them disappeared. Chapter 35-53. Now, can I open the Jade Talisman? After Lu Ming broke through to the Divine Lord realm, he stabilized himself for a few days before taking out a Jade Talisman. This Jade Talisman was given to him by Xian Yanqing under Hong Yang's instructions. It sealed the whereabouts of Xian Yanqing. Wang. When Lu Ming injected his divine power into it, the Jade Talisman vibrated slightly before glowing. Runes appeared on it. Lu Ming continued to increase the input of his divine power. Back then, Hong Yang said that as long as one was above the Divine King realm, one would be able to open it. In other words, one would be able to open it when one reached the Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming was no ordinary Divine Lord. He controlled 11 types of divine power and had awakened more than 4 times. Therefore, when Lu Ming continued to inject his divine power, he easily broke the runes on the Jade Talisman. Those runes slowly dissipated. Finally, the Jade Talisman shone brightly and a map appeared in the air. A star map. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. On the map, there was a red line. The starting point was the Taishu dynasty and it meandered forward, extending into the distant starry sky. Finally, it reached a destination. The light at the destination was very bright. Where does this lead to? Lu Ming pondered. Although he was not very clear about the starry sky map, he could see that it was extremely far away from the Taishu dynasty. There should be many star maps in the Taishu dynasty. Let's compare them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Taishu dynasty, there was a wormhole that led to the distant starry sky of the universe. It could lead to other powerful forces in the universe. In the history of the Taishu dynasty, there were also some quasi-emperors who felt that there was no hope of breaking through and would go to other places to look for opportunities. They would only return when their time was up, but they would also bring back some star maps. Lu Ming immediately set off. He found Kong Shishue and the others and told them the purpose of his visit. With Lu Ming's current status, it was easy for him to obtain a large number of starry sky maps. These starry sky maps were all marked. Lu Ming looked at them one by one and compared them with the map left behind by Xian Yanqing. This way, he could clearly see where the map left behind by Xian Yanqing led to. It took a few days for the comparison to be completed. Lu Ming had an incredulous look on his face. After some comparison, Lu Ming discovered that the destination of the map that Xian Yanqing had left behind was actually the draconic mother planet. Yes, the mother planet of the divine dragons. This was too much of a coincidence. There was a high possibility that the autumn moon had gone to the divine dragon mother planet. Originally, Lu Ming was very conflicted about whether to find the autumn moon or Xian Yanqing first. In the end, he decided to take a look at the clues left behind by Xian Yanqing and see where it led to. If it was on the way, he would go to the dragon mother planet first. He never expected that the starry sky map left behind by Xian Yanqing would lead to the dragon mother planet. In this case, he didn't have to be conflicted. His destination was already set. It was the divine dragon mother planet. Lu Ming couldn't wait to fly to the dragon mother planet immediately. Of course, there were still some things to be arranged before he left. Now, most of Lu Ming's friends and family had arrived at the Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming had established the hidden dragon Heavenly King residence and was now living in it. Lu Ming first met his parents, Lu Shenhuang, and the others. Then, he told them his plan and left behind a large number of cultivation resources. After that, he went to meet Blue Merchant, Yi Tian, Kong Shishue, and the others and told them his purpose. Blue Merchant sighed. He already knew that Lu Ming wouldn't stay in the Taishu dynasty. However, he didn't expect Lu Ming to leave so soon. Lu Ming, the primitive universe is huge. There are countless forces and experts. After you leave, you must be careful. Blue Merchant warned him seriously. Yes, especially those races on the primitive 10,000 races list. They are extremely terrifying. The sky prides of those races are also extremely strong. When I was young, I went out for a while and almost died outside. Then, I came back. Holy King Thousand Heavenly King said. He seemed to recall the scene in the past and showed a fearful expression. "Thank you, everyone. I will be careful. Please take care of my family," Lu Ming said. "Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone touch your family," Yi Tian said. "Then, I'll take my leave." Lu Ming cupped his fist and left the Taishu dynasty. Then, he went to the territory where the Saint Devil Empire lived and met the Undying Demon King. Now that the Saint Devil Empire had occupied several star regions, they were recruiting disciples in large numbers. "You're leaving the Taishu dynasty? Do you need me to go with you?" The Undying Demon King said, his eyes flashing a few times. "No, you'd better stay in the Saint Devil Empire. However, you have to ensure the safety of my family," Lu Ming reminded him. The Undying Demon King was very strong. It would be a great help to him to bring him along. However, compared to this, it was better to leave the Undying Demon King in the Taishu dynasty. The Undying Demon King in the Taishu dynasty. It could maintain the balance of the Taishu dynasty. If the Undying Demon King left, the Saint Devil Empire and the Taishu dynasty might go to war. Even the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty and the Barbarian tribe might invade the Taishu dynasty. After all, the Taishu dynasty was extremely weak now. The Barbarian tribe would be better off. However, the Tianyi Sacred Dynasty would be different. If the Undying Demon King stayed, these forces would have to behave themselves. Only by maintaining balance and stability could he ensure the safety of his family and friends. Only then could he cultivate in peace. Only then would he be able to leave with peace of mind. When everything was ready, Lu Ming went to an area in the south of the Taishu dynasty. This was because the only wormhole in the Taishu dynasty that led to the distant starry sky was here. However, when he was about to reach the wormhole, he bumped into someone unexpectedly. Lan Ling. Needless to say, Lan Ling knew that Lu Ming was leaving and deliberately waited for him here. Lan Ling, what a coincidence. Lu Ming deliberately pretended to be confused and smiled. "Are you going to leave the Taishu dynasty?" Lan Ling asked with a complicated look in her eyes. "Yes, but I will come back. We will see each other again in the future." Lu Ming smiled. He always had a special feeling when facing Lan Ling. In the beginning, Blue Merchant was determined to marry Lan Ling to him and tried his best to matchmake them. Of course, Lan Ling was desperately against it at first. However, as time passed, Lan Ling gradually stopped objecting. She found that the gap between her and Lu Ming was getting wider and wider, and the gap between their cultivation levels was getting bigger and bigger. Slowly, Lan Shang didn't mention this matter anymore. "Although you are far ahead of me now, one day, I will catch up with you." Lan Ling looked at Lu Ming with a complicated look and gritted her teeth. "Of course, I believe that." Lu Ming smiled. Of course, he was just being polite. With the speed of his improvement, no one could catch up with him. Lu Ming thought proudly. The two of them were silent for a while. It was Lu Ming who spoke first. "All right, I should go. I look forward to the day when you catch up with me." Lu Ming smiled, waved, and left without looking back. Chapter 35-54. In the south of the Taishu Sage capital, a huge wormhole was floating. This place was not heavily guarded, and only a few people were sent to guard it symbolically. This was because this wormhole led to a distant galaxy. It was said that it led to a powerful universe-level force, the Sacred Fire Saber sect. This was a sect, but it was a true universe-level force. It had immortal emperors, and not just one or two. It was said that there were many immortal emperors, and they were extremely powerful. They could easily destroy the Taishu dynasty. Therefore, there was not much meaning in setting up a large army to guard this wormhole. If someone from the Taishu dynasty wanted to leave for the Sacred Fire Saber sect, they could not interfere. Under normal circumstances, people from the Sacred Fire Saber sect wouldn't come here. To them, this place was just a corner of the sect. When Lu Ming arrived, the guards did not dare to stop him. "Goodbye, Taishu dynasty. Lu Ming looked back and then stepped into the wormhole without hesitation. This was not the first time Lu Ming had entered a wormhole, but this wormhole was exceptionally huge. It was like a void passage. As soon as Lu Ming entered the wormhole, he felt that he was rapidly traversing the void. His speed was so fast that it was as if there were endless stars flying around him. In an instant, he was probably far away from the Taishu dynasty. After a while, there was light in front of him. He found that he had appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. What a dense divine aura. It's much denser than the Taishu dynasty. Is this the territory of the sacred fire saber sect? Lu Ming whispered. Someone came through this wormhole. I don't know how many years it has been since someone came through. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a voice. Lu Ming came to his senses. He swept his gaze across the room and sized it up. Behind him was the entrance of a wormhole. In front of him were a dozen people. Among the dozen people, there were elders and middle-aged men. All of them carried long sabers and exuded powerful auras. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that these people were all in the Immortal Lord realm. Kid, where did you come from? Oh, right, it's the Taishu dynasty. Are you from the Taishu dynasty? An old man carefully sized up Lu Ming and asked. Yes, I'm from the Taishu dynasty. Seniors, is this the sacred fire saber sect? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked politely. Since he was new here and was unfamiliar with the place, he had to be polite. He really is from the Taishu dynasty. At such a young age, he already has a divine lord realm cultivation. It seems that he is a top genius of the Taishu dynasty. The old man sized up Lu Ming a few more times before saying, that's right, this is the sacred fire saber sect. The wormhole is really fast. According to the map, the Taishu dynasty is at least a few thousand star areas away from the sacred fire saber faction. But we've arrived in such a short time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and then asked, Senior, I want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Where is the wormhole to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Lu Ming asked. The distance to the Dragon Clan's mother planet was incomparably far. There was no wormhole directly to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. One had to transit several times. The Sacred Fire Saber sect had a boundless territory. It was at least 100 times larger than the Taishu dynasty. It also had many long-distance wormholes. However, these wormholes were distributed in different places and led in different directions. There might not be many wormholes to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. You also want to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I didn't expect that even a place like the Taishu dynasty would receive the news. The old man was a little surprised and muttered. What news? Lu Ming asked curiously. Listening to the old man's words, could it be that many people wanted to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet? I'm not very sure. You have to go to the wormhole to inquire about the news. There are only 2 wormholes to the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the Sacred Fire Saber sect, and they are distributed in different star fields of the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Do you want the Sacred Fire Saber sect's starry sky map? If you do, I can sell it to you cheaply. The old man smiled. Yes, how much for one? Lu Ming asked directly. He definitely wanted the starry sky map. Otherwise, it would be 10,000 times harder to find a wormhole than to find a needle in a haystack in the vast territory of the Sacred Fire Saber sect. 1,000,000 supreme-grade divine crystals or a monarch elixir. The old man said. So expensive? Senior, it's just a starry sky map. Is there a need to be so expensive? Lu Ming frowned. 1,000,000 supreme-grade divine crystals was not a problem for Lu Ming. However, it was just a starry sky map. There was no need for such a price at all. The old man obviously wanted to rip him off. As for the monarch elixir, it was a kind of divine elixir that was of great help to divine lord realm powerhouses and could speed up their cultivation. At the divine lord realm, the cultivation speed would be even slower. Any casual cultivation would take millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years. As for the monarch elixir, it could greatly speed up the cultivation speed of the Divine Lord realm. Therefore, its value was also very high. One monarch elixir was equivalent to 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals. It's not expensive. My starry sky map is very detailed. The old man said with a smile. No need, I'm not buying it. Lu Ming shook his head. Although he did not care about 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals, he did not want to be a fool and be ripped off by the old man. It was very simple to buy a starry sky map. He believed that it would be easy to buy it. After saying that, Lu Ming flew to the side. Want to leave without buying? Stop right there. The old man shouted coldly. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Lu Ming. A powerful aura erupted. Third-level Divine Lord Realm. This old man was a third-level Divine Lord Realm existence. At the same time, the other dozen figures also flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. One after another, their auras erupted and shrouded Lu Ming. However, the strongest one was the same as the old man, third-level Divine Lord Realm cultivation. The rest were second-level and first-level Divine Lords. Thinking about it, this wormhole only led to the Taishu dynasty. Sacred Fire Saber sect did not put the Taishu dynasty in their eyes at all. Therefore, those who were sent to guard here were also casually sent away by a few people with low cultivation. There were no powerhouses. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. They wanted to buy and sell by force. What are you doing? Lu Ming asked coldly. Boy, I gave you a chance just now. Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. Now, hand over your storage ring. The old man said coldly. Now, it was not the problem of selling the starry sky map. He directly wanted Lu Ming's storage ring. He had already seen that Lu Ming was just a first-level Divine Lord realm. Even if he was very young and was a genius, how strong could a mere genius of the Taishu dynasty be? He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a slap. Are you sure you want my storage ring? Let me leave, and I can forget about what happened just now. Lu Ming said coldly. When he first came to Sacred Fire Saber sect, he did not want to cause trouble. He just wanted to borrow the wormhole here to go to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Therefore, he took a step back. Chapter 35:55. But Lu Ming took a step back. The other party thought that he was scared. Huh, forget it just like that? This kid has such high-sounding sentiments. Reckon that this kid is used to being arrogant in that corner of the Taishu dynasty. Makes sense, in that place of the Taishu dynasty, reaching first-level Divine Lord at a young age is probably one of a kind. He's definitely arrogant. But this place is the Sacred Fire Saber sect. Kid, you don't understand anything here, right? In the Sacred Fire Saber sect, those who reach the Divine Lord realm among the younger generation are plentiful. By the side, the others laughed loudly, revealing thick mocking looks. Kid, hurry up and hand over the storage ring, we can spare your life. Otherwise, die. The old man at the beginning yelled coldly. Get lost. Lu Ming finally lost his patience. The strongest was merely third-level Divine Lord. Furthermore, it looked like it was also the most ordinary third-level Divine Lord. Honestly speaking, Lu Ming really did not place him in his sights. When he was at the 8th-level Divine King realm, he could contend with a second-level Divine Lord existence of the barbarian race. Now, he reached first-level Divine Lord. Moreover, his sovereign divine power awakened 5 times. The other source secret arts all severed a shackle. His combat strength was goodness knows how many times stronger than back then. Even though the disparity between each level of the Divine Lord realm was very great. But ordinary third-level Divine Lords, Lu Ming really did not place them in his sights. Even if it was a 4th-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming had the confidence to kill him easily too. Lu Ming's get lost stunned the old man, making the others also stunned. A mere first-level Divine Lord brat, furthermore, it was even a brat who came from that corner of the Taishu dynasty. He actually told him to get lost? Courting death. The old man was enraged at once, his eyes bursting with shocking killing intent. Clang! The battle saber on his back was unsheathed. Terrifying saber light was incomparably dazzling, slashing toward Lu Ming. A third-level divine lord attacking, the power was very strong, able to split a planet in half. But to the current Lu Ming, it was nothing. Bang! In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle formula, increasing his combat power by 5 times. Right now, Lu Ming had a 100% success rate in triggering the Zhan Sutra's 5-fold combat strength. Lu Ming began to study the Zhan Sutra's 6-fold combat strength. Unfortunately, 6 times combat strength was at least 10 times more difficult than 5 times combat strength. Lu Ming still didn't have the slightest clue. Lu Ming's battle symbol art increased his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he circulated all 11 types of divine powers. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the tyrant god spear appeared. Then, he pressed down with the force of Mount Tai. A gigantic spear light pressed down on the old man, causing the void to explode continuously. The moment the old man's saber light collided with the spear light, the saber light shattered immediately. Then, the spear light continued to press down on the old man. Ah! The old man screamed in fright. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. He was almost scared to death. It was too terrifying. The power of Lu Ming's spear completely surpassed his, and by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, the old man desperately set up layers of defense around his body. Bang! The tyrant god's spear fell. The old man's defenses completely collapsed. He screamed miserably, his body flying out backward like a meteor, flying hundreds of thousands of miles away, smashing into a huge meteor. He lay in the starry sky, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. He had already suffered heavy injuries. By the side, the others were dumbfounded. They were scared silly. That old man was a 3rd-level divine lord, while Lu Ming was just a 1st-level divine lord. He actually instantly killed the old man in one move, severely injuring him. This combat strength was also too horrifying. Divine Lord Realm, the gap between each level was very shocking. It was not casually said. Wanting to jump levels to battle was very difficult. Because those who could reach the Divine Lord Realm were not weak. Their source divine power factor was at least 3 awakenings. As for being able to jump 2 levels to battle, that was even rarer. It could be said to be rare. But Lu Ming, a young man who came out of the Taishu dynasty, actually jumped 2 levels of cultivation and severely injured the old man in one move. This combat strength was truly shocking. Do you all still want my storage ring? Lu Ming opened his mouth coldly, sweeping a glance over everyone present. Now, everyone was trembling and their faces were pale. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all that old man's greed. We didn't have any ideas about Sir. That's right. The moment I saw Sir, I felt that Sir must be extraordinary. Reaching the Divine Lord Realm at such a young age in the Taishu dynasty, how can you be immortal? Those people by the side immediately flattered. Although they had the numbers, they felt that even if they attacked together, they were also not Lu Ming's match. How could they still dare to have any ideas about Lu Ming's storage ring? They wished that they could immediately send Lu Ming away. I need a starry sky map. Lu Ming said coolly. I have it. Sir, I'll give it to you. Immediately, a middle-aged man took out a jade talisman and injected divine power. A starry sky map appeared in the air. The markings on it were very detailed. Lu Ming looked carefully and indeed saw some markings of wormholes. Good, not bad. Lu Ming nodded and unceremoniously put it away. Then, his figure flashed and he turned into a beam of light and left the place. Old Lu, are you all right? After Lu Ming left, everyone hurriedly looked at the old man. I was almost crippled. Sigh, this time, I really kicked an iron plate. I originally wanted to make a fortune, but I didn't expect that the Taishu dynasty would have such a freakish genius. Truly unlucky. The old man sighed, his face full of misfortune. In the future, it's best not to look down on people from small places. Who knows if some freak will appear? A middle-aged man said. That's right, that's right. This time, I've really gained experience. The others nodded. Lu Ming transformed into a beam of light and flew at high speed. Very soon, he had flown far away. I wonder how my current strength compares to Wan Shen in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming could not help but compare himself to Wan Shen. In the end, he concluded that Wan Shen was definitely not as strong as he was now when he was a first-level divine lord. He now had 11 origin secret techniques that had severed their shackles. Moreover, he still had the primordial divine body. Wan Shen was extremely powerful when he was a first-level divine lord. Needless to say, his primordial divine body was shockingly strong. His various origin secret techniques were even more terrifying. His divine power was unbelievably robust. However, Lu Ming's greatest advantage was the battle character art, the measure character art, and the universe myriad Dao art. With all of these added together, Lu Ming was stronger than Wan Shen when he was a first-level divine lord. However, Lu Ming felt that Wan Shen's potential was far from being fully developed. When he first met Wan Shen was a peak god king. Although Wan Shen was strong, he was not overly strong. He was able to jump levels and fight a first-level god lord. He could even kill one, but he was most likely not a match for a second-level god lord. Later on, as Wan Shen's cultivation increased, his combat strength also increased. His ability to fight those of a higher level also increased.